The open session to hear public comments before closed session is now online.
For the record, Councilmember Bana will be joining us remotely, and she is online. Councilmember Bana, we're taking roll right now.
I'm present.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson will be absent the entire meeting. Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, and Haney's Hilltop Buick et al. Versus City of Richmond. Item C2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. There are 2 cases. Item C3, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C4, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title City Attorney. And let's see, we do not have any requests to address the council.
If there are no requests from the public, then public comment is closed, and it is time to adjourn.
Next step.
It is now time for special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority and the Richmond City Council. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Okay, so this is the special joint meeting, the Richmond Housing Authority. Commissioner Bana is ill, so she's joining us remotely in accordance with the AB 2449, Just Cause Options. So tonight, Councilmember Bana is required during the meeting to announce whether an individual 18 years or older is present in the room where she will be attending the meeting and the general nature of her relationship with that individual. Also, Councilmember Bana must keep her camera on during the meeting. And please make this announcement for the City Council meeting as well when that comes up. So we will take roll right now. Commissioner, Councilmember Bana.
Here, I'm at my home. My husband is also home, not currently inside the room, but he'll be coming, going in and out.
Okay. Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner McLaughlin, and
Here.
Councilmember. And for the record, Commissioner and Councilmember Robinson will be absent during the entire meeting. Commissioner and Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
Tenant Commissioner Scott. Chair and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Next item on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Agenda review. Okay, no changes. Then we need a motion to approve the Housing Authority consent calendar. It's one item and there is the minutes for the February 6th meeting.
Move the consent calendar for the Housing Authority meeting.
I second it.
Commissioner and Councilmember Bana, how do you vote?
Yes,
Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
And Chair and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item under Joint Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond City Council budget session. And is to adopt a joint resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 Richmond Housing Authority amended budget adjustment with revised estimated revenues of $5,614,495 and total expenditures of $5,614,495 with no increases to the general fund subsidy amount, which will provide sufficient revenue to match anticipated expenditures.
Staff?
Good evening, RHA Board of Commissioners. My name is Gavina Redondo, the interim Richmond Housing Authority Executive Director, and we're happy here today to present our mid-year budget, amended budget for the fiscal year. I'm also joined by Rita Martinez from the Finance Department.
Good evening. Rita Martinez from the Finance Department, Senior Accountant.
So comparing from the approved budget in the beginning of June last year, the main difference is an increase in revenues of $51,107 and also a corresponding increase in expenditures for $51,107. One significant update is that we're also not requesting any increase in the RHA subsidy, which has always been a goal to reduce the subsidy amount to RHA. Also happy to report that all positions in the RHA are filled at this point. To break down that revenue change of the $51,107, there's different changes in the line items internally to the budget. So in the revenue section, we have an increase of $156,776 in revenue, mostly related to an increase in subsidy from HUD for Nevin Plaza and Eastern Village. Even though we don't operate Nevin Plaza, HUD doesn't just zero out the subsidy for that. They provide a they still provide a subsidy that we later on transfer for the operations for Eastern Village. We also had a rental income increase from our projected of $27,868, and also an increase in tenants paying their repayment agreements, which is also good news. For the decrease in revenue, that gets us to the $51,107. We've had a decrease in operating subsidy for Richmond Village 1, 2, and 3. And for Richmond Village, this is mainly a pass-through amount of money. It usually evens out at the end of the year. The money that comes in, Richmond Village claims it, that we approve it, and then it goes to them directly. For the expenditure changes related to the $51,107, the line items are here. We had a decrease in expenditures related again to Richmond Village operating subsidy due to the decrease. And we also had a decrease in salaries and wages just due to one FTE that was partially vacant. And we also had an increase in expenditures for that $51,107 in professional and admin. $60,000 of that was to temporary staffing for unit turnovers, and $50,000 was in legal fees. Legal fees. We also had an increase in other operating of $66,000, mainly for tools and supplies and rental equipment, and an increase in our cost pool. So that's mainly the increases and decreases related to our amended budget. We also, during this time, also like to give an update on our asset repositioning efforts. So for Nevin Plaza, we're still on schedule to complete the rehab in January 2025. For Eastern Village, we're happy to report that at the end of this month, we will be distributing the RFP to recruit for a developer for Eastern Village. And we received our comments from our HUD consultant today. And another update that the board was prioritizing is for all units at Eastern Village to be visited for maintenance check, and work orders have been generated through those visits. For Richmond Village, we had our Section 18 application process has begun. That is to change the subsidy for Richmond Village from public housing to project-based Section 8. And we had our first meeting, community meeting, on March 26th, which was a hybrid meeting, which was well attended, and we're planning to have a second community meeting in May 2024. And for Hacienda, the permanent financing in January 2024 was approved, so that's also good news for this fiscal year. And for the finance update, Rita will give an update.
Good evening. So I'll give you guys a quick update on RHA's financials, the audit update. 17 and 18 had been completed, but earlier this month, we got the 2019 financial statements completed. So the next step is that we have to now translate that to HUD language so we can submit it to HUD. So we are on track to get that done by the end of the fiscal year. The 2020 audit, we will be commencing with our current auditors, and we will start with them in May and start discussion and providing data so that they can get started on the 2020 to 2023 audits. Another item to update is the financial data schedule. This information has to be put in the same HUD system for the unaudited data. So today, actually, I submitted the 2022 unaudited data, and the next will be 2023. And one final update on the capital grant fund. For the 2022 award, we had uploaded and submitted the required documents, the 5-year action plan, along with the HUD forms.
And that was our last slide. So the recommended action is to do that adjustment of the $51,000 to our amended budget, an increase in expenditures and revenue.
Thank you so much. Do we have public comment?
We do not have anyone requesting to address the council in person, but if there's anyone online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. We have one speaker with their hand raised.
Okay, I have Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I'm not Jesse. My name's Sherry. I'd like to know why I keep getting lied to about housing. Being told that I can move into a place.
This is the
Jesse
online
Turan.
speaker. Excuse me.
When does this happen?
Excuse me, ma'am. We have one person.
Excuse me, ma'am. There is a process that we go through here in the council.
Process that you go through. When do I get to move into the place I'm told that I'm supposed to move into?
This is not the forum to answer that question.
I'm tired of being lied to. You guys got all new cars. County's got new cars. When are you gonna start moving people into houses, into their homes, instead of, tucking us away in a motel and then bouncing us out every 2 weeks? We are human beings. We do have rights. We don't appreciate being treated the way that we're being treated. We don't appreciate being told that we have a home next month, next month, next month, next month, next month. That gets really old. I know me, myself personally, you put me in a home, you won't hear nothing from me.
I understand your.
But you know what? I'm tired of being lied to.
I understand your frustration. I will.
You have no idea
Excuse
how
me, ma'am.
frustrated I am. I have been going through
I
this
am
since January.
offering you a chance to have a conversation with me.
With the staff also.
I'm tired of being
and with
bounced
staff.
around. I'm tired of being lied to. I'm tired of being ignored.
So
All I want to do is find some place where I can live.
can someone get her contact information
Mayor,
so that we can set up a meeting?
No, why should you ignore me?
Mayor,
No.
Nanette Beecham, the executive the director of the Department of Economic Development, will speak to the resident. If she can step outside into the hallway, please, so we can continue the meeting.
Okay, so you will have audience with someone from the city out of the chambers.
You know what? I've dealt with
Miss Beecham.
Sharon, it's me, Jesse. It's me, Jesse from Motel 6.
Oh, my God.
been lied to.
Okay.
Your table in front of me, the rug pulled out from under me.
Mayor Martinez, we do have one speaker.
All right, please.
Okay. I
In
will
person,
take Jesse
in
Turan.
person.
Oh, in person. I'm sorry, Jesse, just a second.
Speaker is Elda Fontano. Oh, right now? You signed. Is this for city council meeting, or are you signing up for the Richmond Housing Authority and the city council joint meeting?
I'm here to talk about the mistreatment of the seniors up at Hilltop Heritage Park.
That's the public comment under.
That's city council public comment. Right now, we're on the Richmond Housing Authority.
Oh, okay,
Okay, so
Okay, we do have one online person.
Okay. I have Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, hi. So first of all, I just wanted to address Sherry, who just was there, who I just recently met at the Motel 6. And I understand, I just wanted to say what she's saying is legitimate. From what I've seen, we keep the homeless, myself included, keep getting put up in motel rooms. And so much money is being spent on that. And none of us have yet to hear of a long-term solution to this problem. It feels like all of this money is being spent on motels. And yes, thank you. That's something. Thank you. But there needs to be, we have to be able to transition into something. I have a tiny home community is what I've been advocating for, and it would cost less than anything that's being done right now, and it would take care of all of the homeless in Richmond. But because you don't want homeless in Richmond, apparently, even though once people have homes, they're no longer homeless, but because the city council seems to not want any poor or disabled people in Richmond, no one is willing to give us a space to live. And it's unfair and it's wrong. And Sherry's right. We keep getting promises, and the promises keep getting broken. And if people aren't crazy to begin with, that certainly pushes it along. She's angry for a reason, and it's legitimate. And we aren't the ones none of us are getting this money. Millions and millions and millions of dollars is coming into the city of grant money. And it's
Your
not
time
being
has
spent on
expired.
us.
Thank you. And there are no more online speakers.
Mayor, if I may, this is a separate item, but since it's a joint meeting, I think it's appropriate. I will ask Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development, and Jesus, the Housing Manager, to provide an update for the City Council in the next 7 days via email on the work with the housing. That's been taking place, and most of their work is also available on the city's website that they've completed to date regarding the nearly $13 million that's been provided from the state. And I also respectfully would really like to commend Gabino Arredondo and Marita Martinez for their leadership in helping address the matters pertaining to RHA. Completing these audits was an extremely heavy lift. Also want to acknowledge Annette Beecham's leadership. We inherited this opportunity, and I really thank them both for diving in and really taking ownership of trying to help resolve this problem to get the finances in order for RHA, which also greatly helps the city. So just wanted to acknowledge their really hard work and great team effort. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just have a question about Richmond Village. So we went through the approval of moving into the section 18, is that what it's called?
Yes, we're beginning the process to request that the subsidy change from public housing to Section 8 project-based vouchers, which could be up to 3 times more support for the project.
So how long will that take, and how will that affect the finances for RHA?
So the good thing is we have Mike Andrews, who is our HUD consultant, helping us throughout the process. In the past, it has took us about 6 months after we started, because we also need to coordinate with Contra Costa Housing Authority, who would also be managing those vouchers.
So once the voucher process gets put in place, the 6-month or whatever, then it is no longer public housing under RHA, but it's managed by Contra Costa Housing Authority?
No, this is currently the management and financial management is with the developer McCormick, Barron, and Salazar. So that'll still stay the same. The only thing that changes is the subsidy coming in to support the project from the public housing pool to the Section 8 pool.
So the city is having to put out some money now?
No, we don't.
Okay, so when it changes to Section 18, the city still won't have to put out any money?
We also won't. So currently, right now, the money comes through us and we give to Richmond Village. Next time, it would just go directly to them.
Because they'll have private property management.
Correct. And then we won't also be responsible for that in our finances and our audits anymore.
So and how much do the residents pay now? And I know they'll pay 1/3 of their income later.
Yes, there's no change in the tenant's rent. Okay. It's 30% of their income, right? So if they have a 0 income, it'll be fully subsidized. But they still have to every year do their recertification.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation, and I'm glad to see all the audits, like getting ready. This is really important.
I wanted to show this so people could see it's real. It's like we have it bounded.
I have been asking every time that you are here for that. I didn't see 2021 in that list. Maybe it's a typo, but when it's...
With our new, or with our current auditors, they'll be taking over starting at 2020 and bringing it current. So 2020, 21, 22, 23, so.
So we currently haven't met with them to come up with a schedule, so I just added the first one that we've done, but hopefully we could do, hopefully every, 3-4 months we could do one.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, this is important to have that, and especially also for the state audit to show that we are doing the right procedures. Thank you.
If I may,
And when we make this change, will it save the city money in terms of staff time?
Yes, because finance will no longer need to manage the money that comes in to us as a pass-through. It would be going directly to the affordable housing developer.
About how many hours would be entailed in this process?
I mean, I would let Rita know, but I know it entails with, verifying their financials, reviewing their audits. We have a corporation that meets at 2 commissions, so.
So a lot of hours. Okay.
Do you have an estimate, maybe?
And
10 hours a week?
I believe the city manager had the point to make.
oh, I just wanted to say that we're trying to get the remaining audits done with Mays and Associates. We're trying to get the audits done as quickly as possible. And so right now, I think what the administrative record shows is we have 4 complete. And so I think to be reasonable in terms of like the expectations on staff, because they have a lot of responsibilities, we're going to try to complete 2 per year. But that also depends on the availability of the auditors because they have other clients. So we're hoping that Badawi and Associates, that's who's taken over, hopefully they'll be able to prioritize working with us. And then ideally by year 3, hopefully we'll be caught up.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? If not, then that is closed. And
I'll make a motion to approve the joint resolution approving the fiscal year 23-24 RHA amended budget adjustments with the revisions as stated.
do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made by Councilmember McLaughlin, seconded by Councilmember Willis. Roll call.
Commissioner, Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Chair and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right.
Thank you.
That finishes up the items for the special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond City Council. This meeting is adjourned. And now it's time to begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. So here we go. Roll call.
Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here.
And just want to announce Councilmember Robinson will be absent the entire meeting. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Under agenda review, I'd just like to announce that public comment will be accepted under item X1, and that is the temporary moratorium of new tobacco retailers. Will be allowed, since we do have 5 council members present. We did not have 5 at the last meeting, so it's being reopened for public comment. And I think that's all I had.
All right, so that takes us to, that was agenda review. R, report for the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The items on the closed session agenda under C1, we had various litigation matters concerning Point Malati, the Winehaven, Giddyville, and North Coast cases. We gave status reports. There was no reportable action taken. We also had under litigation the Hilltop Buick versus City of Richmond. We gave a status report on that item. There was no reportable action taken. Under exposure litigation in 2 cases, we discussed one case, and there was no reportable action taken on that. Concerning the bargaining under C3 with the various employee units, we discussed one matter and got direction for our negotiators. There was no reportable action taken. And then C4, which is the employee performance evaluation of city attorney, we ran out of time, so that was not discussed.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? As always, all of this information is available in the current weekly report or by calling the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide, please. This evening, I will be sharing a recap on our presentation at the National Forum for Black Public Administrators and the launch of the Marina Bay Farmers Market, as well as the upcoming Commission on Aging Health Clinic, Earth Day celebrations, and opportunities for input for the Kennedy and Richmond High School redesigns, and our first small business fair. Next slide, please. Earlier this month, Richmond Housing Authority Executive Director Gabino Arredondo and I attended the National Forum for Black Public Administrators in Baltimore and presented to a group of forum attendees about the City of Richmond's Health and All Policy and Strategies Ordinance. One of the things that was extremely telling for me, and I really do want to commend the City Council for your leadership, is Richmond, compared to the national data, we have a really great diverse staff, including lots of representation of women in leadership positions, and so just wanted to thank the City Council for their ongoing commitment to diversity. Next slide. Want to acknowledge the work of Councilmember McLaughlin and Councilmember Robinson on the Marina Bay Farmers Market. It was on Sunday, April 5th. It launched in collaboration with our local farmers market organization. There are approximately 15 vendors present, and all vendors sold out of their products, so that it was a great success. It will continue to happen every Sunday at 10 a.m. in the Marina Bay parking lot. I want to thank all the staff that assisted with preparation, community partners, and the local vendors and farmers for all the effort they put forward in making this event a huge success. Next slide. The Commission on Aging Wellness Health Clinic is this Thursday, April 18th, in our auditorium, which is across the plaza from 10 a.m. to noon. There will be free health screenings and testings, as well as presentations on dental care and health and heart health. For more information, please call our recreation division at 510-620-6793. Next slide. Because of the great work that's been happening in community development, city manager's office, and community services, as well as public works, we're really excited about this year's Earth Day celebration. There's going to be 2 events happening. One, at Shields Reed Park in North Richmond from 9 a.m. to noon. There will be service projects such as the creek restoration and planting, family-friendly activities, and North Richmond residents can also take this opportunity to sign up for the North Richmond Tool Lending Library. For more information, please call 510-221-2595. And also from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., residents can join city staff and local organizations at Unity Park along the Richmond Greenway and enjoy gardening, mural painting, games, and other interactive booths. Childcare will be provided at this location. And for more information, feel free to call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide. As I mentioned, there's community meetings coming up for the modernization of Richmond and Kennedy High Schools. This is really important for residents to attend. So please, city council members and stakeholders, please get the word out. We know that a lot of our neighboring city high schools were redone significantly or in their entirety, and so we really want to make sure that we advocate for our community schools. So there's the school district is hosting 2 separate community meetings for these discussions of redesign options of Kennedy and Richmond High School. The Kennedy High School meeting will take place on Tuesday, April 23rd at 6 p.m. and Richmond High School's community meeting will take place on Thursday, April 25th at 6 p.m. The meetings are taking place at the respective school and virtually on the dates mentioned. For more information, you can email askfacilities@wccusd.net. Or, as always, you can call the city manager's office. Next slide. This is really exciting. We have a small business fair coming up with the Richmond Chamber of Commerce, COBIZ, and the Richmond Main Street Initiative, along with the City of Richmond staff members. It will take place on April 28th from 12 to 5 p.m. Here at Civic Center Plaza. We're excited that this will kick off National Small Business Week and will be filled with workshops offered to our local businesses throughout the week. For questions, you can call 510-307-8012 or visit the website noted below. Thank you very much.
Our next items are reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Okay. Melvin.
I just wanted to report out that a couple events happened last week, but one thing I wanted to congratulate once again, Pogo Park and some of our city staff who've been collaborating with them on applying for an application that they managed to make the short list for, which would be, I believe it's $10 million to go towards a resilience hub, and it was an erroneous, very extensive application process, and they managed to make the short list of 9 folks who were able to potentially be qualified for the event. So there was a celebration happening last week, and it's well-deserved because it sounds like it was a lot of work, and seeing the expression and experience in people's eyes as they were describing what it was like going through that process spoke volumes, and it's a beautiful thing that'll be coming to Richmond. Another event that I attended was the Bay Area's Girls Club. They had the Men Who Cooks event actually last Sunday at Richmond COBIZ. I got to be one of the many chefs. Unfortunately, I didn't cook any pastries like a lot of the other chefs next to me, but it was a good event. Greatly attended. Everybody was buzzing and having a good time. And I will leave this last update for Councilmember McLaughlin mainly, but I also was able to attend the literacy fair in the Richmond Auditorium for a little while, which was also another good event with plenty of activities, tables, and many groups talking about what they're doing. Oh, and by the way, Mayor, message from one of the individuals, Ms. Braxton from the Commission on Aging are wanting to recruit more folks to the Commission on Aging, so they put it on me to go out and do a recruitment, so I figured I'd tell you two at this meeting as well, just for extra motivation.
Got it.
And I'll stop there.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Okay, I just want to, repeat what was in the city manager's report about the launch of the Marina Bay Farmers Market, which was a great launch. Many people there enjoying a good time, buying healthy food, enjoying all the activities and music we had at that event. And as stated, it'll happen every Sunday from 10 to 2, Marina Bay Park parking lot. And thank you to staff for all your work on that and community that was involved. And we'll be continuing to check in periodically to make sure we keep the market going strong and have special events along with the market. We're thinking of every first of the month Sunday there will be special events like recreation activities and arts and music. So we want to really keep it a special thing as often as we can, but always the farmers market will be there 10 to 2 on Sundays. And the Literacy Festival that was also mentioned, a spectacular program. We had wonderful, wonderful speakers, panelists, local authors, the practice space, youth leaders were there. We had Cascada de Flores, which was a wonderful storytelling, dance, and music entertainment. We had our poet laureates speak. And just really a spectacular program. Everybody who came had a great time. Lots of free books were passed out. So I want to thank city staff and community members involved in that event as well. So that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues who helped put together the Literacy Festival. Thank you, Councilman McLaughlin. That was a great festival. Great to go in there and see the people and the kids and adults reading, both in English and in Spanish, which was great. So I picked up a few books there, so thank you for that. I also attended the NIAID art event. I saw a few people there. That was a really great event, really great artists as part of NIAID. So hopefully all you can attend next time as well. And I want to invite everyone out for Earth Day. It's coming up. Every day should be Earth Day, but we celebrate at least once a year. And at Miller Knox Park, there's going to be a cleanup both Friday and Saturday from 10 to 12, if anybody wants to come on out. And also invite people to AV 617 meeting. We're going to be discussing the air funds, the $20 million that we discussed from Chevron for the air quality monitoring. They're going to be at the San Pablo City Hall this coming Monday, the 22nd at 5:30. So hopefully the community can come out and give your input on how they should be using those funds in our community. And then Washington Elementary is having a fundraiser on Friday at 5 o'clock. Hopefully people can make it there. And I want to thank Public Works. I saw them a couple of days ago fixing the parkway, paving the roads there. So hopefully they are able to continue paving some more, but thank you so much, Public Works, for helping keep our streets free of potholes there. And for those of you that are here in the council chambers, if you look around, the art is missing. And those of you who have not been here for a while might have not realized we had art. We've had art for the last couple of months, and right now it's in transition. The new art gallery will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. I believe by next week we should have it up. And then therefore, every quarter we'll have new art installation. But for anyone that wants any more information on it, you can reach out to richmondcitycouncilgallery@gmail.com. And there you can put any questions and to see how you might be able to get your art installed as well. That is it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I wanted to say thank you to Councilmember McLaughlin for the two great events that we have last couple of weeks. The Marina Bay Farmers Market, that was really great. It was a lot of activities for the kids. I brought my daughter and she had a great time. So thank you. And I heard also that the farmers market that we have at the City Hall is going to be moved in May. So also there is going to be a big celebration for that to move it in front of the library. So thank you, Councilmember Robinson and McLaughlin for all the efforts on that. And as well as the Literacy Festival, I want to thank staff, particularly Yvette and Abigail from the LEAP program. Abigail NC the event, and they have been doing a great job with LEAP program, and it was really great to see them at the Literacy Festival. So thank you, and I hope we can continue to have these more events patrocinated by the City Council and the city.
Thank you. I have a few things to share. I want to express my utmost gratitude for an award from SEIU for supporting health equity from the workers to the patients. And to round things out, I attended the retirement retirement for Nicole Barnett, who was the director of nursing at Kaiser. So while there, I also mentioned that we are one family and we need to support everyone. We need to make sure that we give utmost support to all the patients and that the best worker is a happy worker. So we need to make sure that everyone gets compensated adequately. The other thing is Thursday, Friday, we had a two-day Bloomberg ideation sessions in which the staff worked to come up with ideas for how to move forward with the port. We had one session where we talked to city staff. We had another one where we talked to community members. So we plan to have another session talking to more community members so that we can have a better idea of where to move forward with the port. Along with the port, today we had a delegation from the Norwegian government and businesses make a presentation at our port so that we could discuss how we might in the future work together to move forward the offshore wind or other possible connections. And then Monday, we had the Groundwork Richmond ribbon cutting for their CNRA project, which will be putting trees and shrubbery along the Richmond Parkway. So we have neighborhoods that are greatly undergreened, and so we want to install a lot of green warriors in terms of trees and shrubs to take up a lot of the pollution from BNSF and Chevron and traffic that comes from that way. And lastly, on Sunday, the Nepalese community, California Nepalese community, had a parade in San Francisco. I was invited by the Nepalese community here in Richmond, and we do have a large Nepalese community here. Between 2,000 and 3,000 Nepalese live in Richmond, and more will be moving to our city because we are a sanctuary city and a city that embraces cultural diversity. It's something that's being recognized by communities all around, and Richmond is attractive to the diverse communities in these states because of our sanctuary status and how we accept diversity. So it was a great honor to be part of the parade, and they had me speak. So they plan to have a center here. I understand that they bought property, and now they want to develop a center. They want to become more involved in Richmond politics. So we welcome them and embrace them like we do all of you. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonner has her hand raised.
All right, Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I also would like to thank Pogo Park team for the excellent job they're doing. It's wonderful to have the first community resiliency center of Contra Costa in the city of Richmond, and I've had the honor of supporting these efforts, and I'm very glad it's happening. And, I also have announcements about celebrating the Earth Day in El Sobrante Valley at the El Sobrante Library on Saturday on the Earth Day, April 20th. Please join us at the El Sobrante Library. There's going to be music. It's sponsored by Keep El Sobrante Clean and Beautiful team, the Green Team, by the Spawners and many others. I hope you can join us. And on Sunday, we're going to have the first farmers market in our area at Adachi, the old Adachi site, the new Good Table, thanks to Planting Justice. It's going to be on Sunday, April 21st in the afternoon from noon to 4. And the last thing is to inform you, I had a trip to China. It was not a business trip, it was a leisure trip, but I learned many things. And I shared one of them with our mayor, Eduardo Martinez, that I hope we can bring to the city of Richmond. It's not that they have no homeless, they don't have any shortage of housing, they have abundance of housing and other things. But one little thing they do, we can adopt because we celebrate cultural diversity, is that they have loudspeakers at parking places for public celebrations. So we can have diverse cultural celebrations in our parks, public places like Civic Center Plaza. I suggested that to our mayor, and I hope with the help of the city manager and Public Works, we can implement that and have it in the future so we can truly celebrate our cultural diversity. That's it.
Give comments to the council on items that are not on the agenda or items that remain on consent calendar. We'd ask that you keep your comments respectful. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Anyone joining us online, please raise your hand at this time to make public comments. Let's see, when you approach the podium, please state your name, and your city of residence is optional. We have 10 speakers in person. And those speakers are, when I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. Vincel Alfred, Eileen Alvarado, Kimi Adirduro, okay. Michelle Herrera, Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, Mark Wasberg, Don Gosney, Maurice Slocum, and Elda Fontenot. First speaker is Vincel, and you'll be followed by Arlene.
Thank you. My name is Vincel Alfred. I'm the Campton Community Fellows Supervising Coordinator over at Nature Neighborhoods down the street. A lot of you folks may know of us. And I have a Coastal Conservation Corps cohort of youth. It's under a grant from the California Coastal Conservancy. And we are advocating for our local watersheds and marine ecosystems. And I've been in conversations for over a year with Sohaila in regards to this spot of San Pablo Creek at El Portel and Dam Road area, and particularly on Villa Verde. There's a new apartment complex there. There's the parking spills out along this stretch. Dog walkers are there, and not everyone picks up. I live in the area, and I can count on my one hand of all the folks that I know that pick up their dog poop or feces, pardon me. And so this group that I'm about to introduce here, they're going to go further into detail what we're looking to do to support that area and support San Pablo Creek in that area. Thank you.
Eileen.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for having us. My name is Eileen Alvarado, and I am one of the leaders in the Coastal Conservation Corps cohort. Ultimately, we are looking to provide greater support for the watershed of San Pablo Creek and the residential area of El Sobrante at Dam Road and El Portal Drive. Currently, the area is highly polluted with dog feces, as Vincel said, and litter from people that park along that stretch of Villa Verde.
Kimmy.
Hi, my name is Kemi Adaduro. I'm also a leader for the Coastal Conservation cohort, and I just want to provide context on the harmful effects of dog feces, especially to the environment. So dog feces poses a threat to the health of people, their dogs, and the wildlife of the area. Dog scat contains harmful bacteria that has been known to cause diseases such as E. coli, Salmonella, Giardia, and more. Parasites such as heartworms, whipworms, tapeworms, and tapeworms are also commonly found in dog feces. A study in Ghent, Belgium, showed dog excretions leaves an annual average of 11 kilograms of nitrogen and 5 kilograms of phosphorus a hectare. This is similar levels of pollution known to be transported through the air from the farming industry and traffic fumes, which usually releases about 5 to 25 kilograms of nitrogen per year.
Michelle?
Hello, and thank you for having us. My name is Michelle. I'm also a leader, part of Coastal Conservation Corps cohort. And so ultimately, when the feces is left on the ground, it seeps into the soil and it contaminates the San Pablo Creek. And it causes health hazards for humans and wildlife. So C3 will be holding an informational community tabling on May 25th. You guys are invited. And at this site, we will educate the residents on this matter, and ultimately our ask is for waste bags and trash cans to be placed around the creek so that these pollutants can stop harming this body of water.
Rick Perez?
Excuse me? I'd like to know the area you were talking about. Could someone state that again?
Sure. It's right where the overpass of 80 overpass over El Patel.
Mike, for the record.
Gotcha. At the 80 overpass, where it goes over El Patel, that first left before you get to Dam Road, it's Via Verde, where the street sunk in, and they just redid the street up there. Good. It now has a short fence about 3 feet back from the sidewalk, but it's a mess over there. There's a lot of landmines, a lot of dog feces, and folks let their dogs run around in there, and they just redid the area. So yeah,
okay,
that spot right there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, Tawfiq, if you're in the audience, thank you so much. The Deputy Director of Operations and Maintenance will speak to the gentleman.
Good evening, everybody. I had the opportunity on Friday to attend Claudia's re-election event, and I was glad I did. She's always warm and welcoming, but also,
we can't talk about electoral things, so.
I was talking about my good time, and okay, further on that subject is I had a lot of people approach me which were in support of my family, and you guys know my issues. And it was a lot of people telling me how they're they're not here at the meeting, but they're watching on the television and stuff, which is hi everybody out there. They're all in support of our family, and they say some of the subjects I bring up are spot on, and one of the subjects I wanted to bring up today was that federal prison in Dublin, how the law enforcement community is getting away with another issue of raping women at the prison, and they're going to shut it down and bury it. It kind of reminds me of what the city did with Wallace Jensen, and how they fired him, or not fired him, but put him on post-traumatic stress disorder. And we need to hold these officers accountable when they do wrong things. I know there's a lot of good ones out there, and I don't like bad mouthing them, but when I see something wrong, I got to say something. How many times have we heard that saying, you see something wrong, say something? How come the police don't practice that? So thank you guys for listening.
Patricia Perez, followed by Mark Wasberg.
Hi, you guys know who I am. when Petey was killed for no reason by a bad Richmond police officer 9.5 years ago, we didn't just throw up our hands and scream. They killed him. Petey would have wanted us to expose it and fight it. We joined together with other families whose beloved family member has been killed by police, and together we have achieved several new Assembly and Senate bills that have been signed into law. Our family has gained a proclamation from the city of Richmond acknowledging that Petey's death is an indictment of the excessive force that is used by law enforcement too often, and that Petey's death is unjust. We are eternally grateful for Richmond Police Department's decision to incorporate Petey's story into its cultural competency training going forward. This is very important training, and it needs to be given to all Richmond police officers, those on the force who've been there all along and newly hired, and those who transfer from other police departments. This recommendation was given by a current police officer. The video by Margot Dean about Petey is to be watched by all police officers so they see what it does to the families. We are pleased that a San Jose family whose daughter was killed by San Jose police is working on a bill to change the way police come to just killed victims' family and bombard their family with nonstop questions in order for them to build their case, not stating the real reason why they are there, which is because their son or daughter was just killed by police. Today, my eye doctor said doctors are culture competency trained, so they won't harm someone. He wondered why police haven't been given this training.
Thank you. Mark Wasberg. He'll be followed by Don Gosney.
Sanctuary cities are aiding and abetting illegal immigrants from the federal government. That's what a sanctuary city is. Take a good look at New York City. It's a disaster. Hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants all around the world have been invading New York City. They're closing down the schools. They're kicking veterans out of their homes. Garbage and mess everywhere. People shitting and pissing on the sidewalks. They're attacking the police officers. They're beating up the police officers. You've seen that on tape. Lake and Riley is the perfect example of an illegal immigrant that came here under the Biden administration because he's just pouring these criminals in the United States so he could have a one-party rule. So that's what a sanctuary city is. We all know what happened in Richmond when McLaughlin was mayor. She told the police chief, don't enforce the law, stop the police checkpoints, give them fraudulent IDs as illegal immigrants. We all know what happened. And Richmond had 47 homicides that year just because she wanted a bunch of criminals to roam around city here in Richmond. You don't get it, do you? Yeah, you laugh. Our country's been invaded by a bunch of garbage all the way around the world that no good son of a bitch, Joe Biden, wants to have a Nazi rule. You think it's funny, huh? You think it's funny when people are getting murdered and raped and beat up? Huh? People getting kicked out of their homes. Children can't even go to school in New York City because they kicked them out and they put the illegal immigrants in there. Now they're fighting against the government. That city's all fucked up because of Joe Biden and your sanctuary cities. Yeah, you laugh. You think it's funny, huh, you stupid son of a bitch? You wait till they start taking your shit away.
Watch your language.
Hey, fuck you.
Thank you.
Don Gosney.
Good evening. Tonight I want to present to you two scenarios, the kinds of things that can alter your life. First off, you learn that the lotto ticket you bought is a big winner. Your first thoughts are that your whole life is now going to change, and you'd be absolutely correct. But as soon as you get home with your newfound winnings, you get a knock on the door to see that Agent Smith and Jones from the IRS and the Franchise Tax Board are looking you straight in the eye with their hands out. By the time they leave, nearly half of your winnings are in their pockets. But right behind them are all of the relatives and friends that you never knew you had. And guess what? They all have their hands out too. By the time you get to bed that night, you realize you're really not any better off than you were before you bought that ticket. Truth be told, this really isn't much of a feel-good story. Let's go to scenario number 2, where you go into your local home improvement store on Saturday morning with a couple of close friends, and about the time you hit the rack on Sunday night, you and your pals have built a brand new computer chip plant, or maybe it's a biopharmaceutical plant, and before you pull the covers over yourself, you hit the switch and turn it on. Something about building things feels good. Now, which sounds more appealing, a short-term excitement or a rewarding career with high pay and outstanding benefits? If door number 2 sounds like a winner, let me tell you about getting into the apprentice program for the plumbers and steam fitters, Local 342, where you're going to start apprentices off straight out of high school at more than $60,000 per year with yearly pay increases of about 12%. And now let's throw in a $98,000 a year benefits package. This has got Richmond written all over it. We'll pay for the training and all of the materials. The contractors will provide you with 100% of the tools you'll need, and we'll even find you the jobs. And have you ever had a problem with an employer where you're standing by yourself against the person who has complete control over your future? Well, with us, you're standing tall in front of the man, but you have 4,200 brothers and sisters standing alongside you. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Sign-ups are online for the entire month of May. Reach out to me, Don Gosney, at 510-685-2403, or email me at dongosney@comcast.net, and let me help you change your life.
Our next speaker is Maurice Slocum, and our last speaker, in-person speaker, will be Edna Fontenot.
Hey, good evening. My name is Maurice Slocum. I'm here representing Bucket Boys and Girls Basketball. We are an AAU basketball organization, also tax exempt 501c3. I was here February 20th trying to get some gym time. February 22nd, I got a call and received a permit. So we did get gym time, but wow, it's like I'm paying rent for 6 hours. We have Mondays from 7 to 8:30 at night, and I pay $1,167 a month for that. And I deal with kids between the ages of 8 and 14, big time for them. I just filled out a new fee waiver and was liking to know if I could pass this to somebody, because whenever I give it to the Richmond Rec, they either wipe their ass with, excuse me, or they just straight deny. I have everything we need. My award letter, $1 million policy, and tax refunds, everything we need. Just like to know, can we get a fair shot? I know we like to play a lot of soccer here in Richmond, but we are a basketball team, and I thought gym was like for basketball and not to be kicking the ball inside the gym and kicking basketball teams out of the gym. Yeah, and that's about all I want to say. We just need some help. You know, we do some traveling, and we represent the city of Richmond, you know? Just please, can I get this to somebody so we could go over this and try to get to the fee waiver passed? Thank you very much.
Edna Fontenot.
Just a motherfucking punk ass bitch. You hear me, motherfucker?
Oh my God.
Tell that to me outside. Out in public. Tell me that. Motherfucker. For the RPA, you be nothing, you piece of shit.
Simple pleasures for simple people.
Yeah. Just press the button for the mic.
Press the button with the red button?
Yes.
Red dots?
Right. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Elda Fontenot. I'm president of the Heritage Park Tenants Association at Hilltop Senior Citizens Complex here in Richmond. I'm here because of, so many things that have been going on that's so unfair. First of all, our amenities that we've always had have been taken from us. Always allocated funding for events, and we haven't received a dime of funding. Our community room has always been free with a refundable deposit. Now we're charged $50 non-refundable fee to reserve our own community room, including charging $50 for church services, which has always been free. Our pastor is charged $50 per Sunday. That's $200 a month, and it's unfair. I'm having my 73rd birthday party and was told I had to pay $50 non-refundable fee. Never any notification. None of us have been notified about any of these changes that have been made. We've been asking for over 3 months for a meeting with our manager and the management team, Cyrus, to meet with us. To date, nothing. TV, an amenity turned off because the bill hasn't been paid. Tenants are upset because they won't meet with us. No TV, no funding, no more social work to help us with our needs. Absolutely no communication, no decent security. Not to mention gates always broken and jammed, trash not picked up regularly, laundry room, dryers not always working, elevators always breaking down, and list goes on. This is elder abuse, and we need your help, please. And I thank you all for your time.
That was our last in-person speaker. We have speakers online. Jess, please call the speakers.
Before,
I have four. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, before the speaker, I think the city manager has.
Ma'am, we'll have the building official make a visit. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, my voice is not the best today. I said I will ask the interim building official to please go make a visit. You're welcome.
Okay, I have four speakers, which will be called in the following order: Jesse Turan, Lisa Johnson, Sunit Kaur, and the phone number ending in 3798. Jesse Turan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. So I'm Jesse Turan. I'm a former resident of the Ryden Road homeless encampment and currently unhoused in Richmond. I have been supposedly on the list of top priorities for housing here in Richmond for over 1,000 days now. And I have yet to receive any help in that direction. I mean, aside from motel rooms now and then, which I'm very grateful for, there's no help at all in terms of long-term housing. And so I wanted to point out the fact that Richmond has so many councils and task forces and, all of these groups and meetings that talk about that are meant to focus on finding solutions for housing. And yet none of them have any authority and none of them are being listened to. And furthermore, when you're coming up with solutions to this problem, as far as I can tell, the voice of the homeless is not included. There's no mechanism for listening to what the actual problems are. How are you going to find solutions for homelessness if you don't have any mechanisms for listening to the homeless and finding out what's going on? Also, none of the task forces, none of these meetings or councils, there's no coordination between the city and the county. It's like there's a constant argument between who has to spend money, the county or the city, or where the money's going to come from. Even though there seems to be plenty of money available for this issue, the city doesn't want to give any land or any money. The county doesn't want to give any land or any money. And y'all are constantly pointing the finger at one another. Take responsibility. If the problem is in Richmond, then Richmond has responsibility. And if they can ask.
Expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Happy post-tax day. Hopefully you got all your taxes turned in on time. So speaking of taxes, when the gross receipts business tax ordinance, or Measure U, was approved by the council on August 5th in 2020 to go onto the ballot, numerous business owners, leaders, and members of the community shared their legitimate concerns and issues with the ordinance as written and rates proposed. That evening, the council and public were told that the estimated revenue from option 1 would be $3.4 million for non-rental businesses and $2.9 million from rental properties. When the final ordinance was written to incorporate the amendments approved by the council and updated revenues provided to the county, the voters were told that the revenue estimates remained at 3.4 for non-rental businesses and 6 million from rental properties for a total of 9.4 million. Fast forward to today, and item V4A on the consent calendar shows that the city collected 16.2 million last fiscal year with an expectation of 13 million going forward. If you break that annual estimate down, 11 million of the 13 is coming from non-rental businesses, which is 3.2 times more than what the businesses and voters were told. The business community repeatedly asked for a revised business policy that they supported, but they just wanted a seat at the table and for their voices to be heard. They also informed the council that they thought these numbers were significantly low that were being provided to the public. And this number proves that. My question to all of you is, how do you expect the city to not just retain businesses, but recruit new ones, and hence jobs and revenue, when they can simply cross the freeway and go to Pinole, El Cerrito, or elsewhere and pay a more balanced and fair tax? I want to thank Antonia Buenuelos and the Finance Department for taking the time today to thoughtfully answer my questions. It was very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sunit Kaur. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sunit Kaur, and I'm currently a junior at De Anza High School and a youth advocate for HOPS, which stands for Healthy Options at Point of Sale. HOPS aims to provide a healthy retail checkout in which healthier items are placed near the register. This will encourage people to grab an option that has less sugar and sodium levels included. This is a very personal issue not only to me, but to other members of the community as well. In our community, we can see a lot of people struggle with health issues such as diabetes and other related problems. As a result, I have many family members who struggle with this issue, such as my uncle who is pre-diabetic and has to carefully inspect each labeled item. However, it would be easier not only for him, but for other people in the community going through similar issues if there was a section they could grab from without worrying about increased amounts of sugar and sodium levels. Generally, the items placed near the checkout are designed to be quick and on the go, but how many times have you checked the amount of sugar and sodium that's in them? We take convenience in return for our health. Personally, if the items at checkout were replaced to HOP standards, then I would be more inclined to buy them and feel less guilty. Additionally, other cities such as Berkeley have implemented their own version of healthy retail, which has been in effect for about 2.5 years. However, retails were given 1 year to implement the standards, in which it has actually been enforced for only 1.5 years. As a result, it is still in effect, and we're getting the data upon that. I call upon you, council members, to help us move this ordinance forward, in which we can encourage a healthier diet, not for our loved ones. And additionally, I would like to thank our champion council member, McLaughlin, for their consistent support. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar, and there were no items taken off the consent calendar. So
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember McLaughlin. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner. Councilmember Bonner, how are you voting on the consent calendar?
I abstain.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner abstaining and Councilmember Robinson is absent. Our next item is under budget session. Item W1 is to receive an update regarding the prioritization and status of the capital improvement plan projects and adopt a resolution to appropriate $4,058,438 of unspent funds from fiscal year 2022-2023. And there is an update. that we need to pass out to the council, and also this update has been placed online for the public, and there are copies at the desk, at the table, next to the speakers' cards.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria. I'm the Public Works Director. I'm here to introduce the rest of the team from Public Works that are going to make the presentation tonight, along with the Director of Finance, Andrea Miller. From Public Works, we have Robert Armijo, who's our Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer, and Mr. Joseph Munoz, Capital Improvement Project Manager. I'm very excited to present to you progress in our CIP program. And with that, I pass it to Robert. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of City Council. As Daniel Chavarria had mentioned, my name is Robert Armijo. I'm Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. And can we cue the slide presentation, please? So this evening we'll be discussing an update to our capital improvement plan, which was last discussed on March 5th of this year. This doesn't work. All right, I'm here today to discuss the critical updates and strategic advancements in our capital improvement projects, which play a pivotal role in shaping the infrastructure and quality of life in our community. Our department has been working diligently to address the various challenges and opportunities presented by our city's aging infrastructure. Today, I will outline the progress of our ongoing projects, detail our plans for future initiatives, and explain the funding mechanisms we propose to employ. This presentation aims to provide transparency, foster understanding, and facilitate informed decision-making. We're eager to share our successes, learn from our challenges, and gain your support for key actions that will benefit our community. Next slide, please. Our agenda will cover a wide range of topics, including an overview of ongoing projects, project statistics, staff proposals for enhancing our operations, and next steps. We will conclude with a Q&A session to address any of your questions and concerns. Next slide, please. The recommended action for tonight is to receive an update regarding the prioritization and status of the capital improvement plan projects and adopt a resolution to appropriate $4,058,438 of unspent funds for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. Next slide, please. So this current Public Works administration assumed management of engineering in December of 2022. From 2023 to 2024, our project list has grown from approximately 20 to 30 projects to 69. And that the 69 number is the number that you were presented in March 5th. This update lists 84 projects, so a growth of 15, reflecting the expanding scope and complexity of our city's infrastructure needs. Next slide, please. So we've distributed attachment 2, which contains our complete CIP report. And again, we presented, and just to mention again, the CIP report will cover 84 projects. One of the dimensions that Council had asked us to present on was the project completion status. So in order to give you a number for that or to quantify that, we're recognizing the various phases of projects, so planning, design, bid award, construction, and closeout. So for example, if a project is in design, the overall project completion will be somewhere between 10 and 30% complete. Next slide. Another facet of the report that you will notice is that we have basically two categories of improvements that are shown. Some are projects, the projects in the way that we classically understand them, that have individually defined scope, schedule, and budget. We also have programs, which are annual improvements that have flexible scopes. An example, and we'll go into specifics in later slides, specifically slide number 10, to tell you exactly which programs we're talking about. But an example of a program would be our annual sidewalk repair program. We're focusing on construction and implementation currently so that we can ensure all our projects align with City Council's criteria that was established on March 5th of this year. Next slide, please. So we have just showing a couple statistics here for council to just kind of understand the big picture of our projects. Public Works staff manages the lion's share of city projects. However, some of the projects are managed by other departments. For example, Charles is managing some of the ports projects. Something else that we should note is that the number of projects is a particular statistic, but it doesn't really speak to the scope and scale of the projects. Also, you'll notice that the second statistic is a trend line. This shows the estimated completion of our current CIP workload, meaning the projects that we're going to be complete and closed out through, formally through City Council. And this is essentially a 3-year CIP delivery timeline. Even though we show 5 years out, years 4 and 5 are years that can still be programmed for additional CIPs. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, this is a listing of our 7 program areas that you will see on your CIP report, attachment number 2. As I mentioned before, our sidewalk replacement program is one of those programs. We have several water resource recovery projects, our programs for regular replacement, our street paving program, and traffic calming are all programs. And then for our next slide, we're going to outline our project delivery over the next several years. And for that, I'm going to introduce Joseph Munoz, who is our Capital Projects Manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and fellow City Council members. As Robert said, I'm Joseph Munoz, the Capital Projects Manager. What we have here is the timeline that displays 14 projects that will be completed or has been completed this fiscal year 20. Oh, next slide, please. KCRT. All right, now you guys can see what I'm looking at. So here being displayed are the project timeline for the next 5 years, including the remaining fiscal year, Q4. We have 14 projects scheduled to finish by Q4 of this fiscal year. Highlighting a couple, we have the Booker T. Anderson Community Center project, which is scheduled to reopen in June 2024. We also have the ATP Quick Build projects, Cutting Hoffman and Harbor Way South, which we will be remobilizing for construction during the week of April 22nd, which is next week. Something to note is, with the asterisks here, is as we discussed on March 5th, we have a few projects that have multiple CIP numbers, and it's due to financial programming, and I just want to make note of that. Next slide, please. Here's a continuation of those 14 projects. Some things to highlight here is this Santa Rita Road Stabilization Project. which will be completed by this June, as well as the Yellow Brick Road project. In this case, we also have those asterisks just to remind everyone that we have multiple projects with CIP numbers due to financial programming. Next slide, please. Here for fiscal year 2024 through 2025, you can see we have 33 projects that are scheduled to be completed. To highlight some of them, on this slide, we have the 6th Street and McDonald Avenue traffic signal upgrade project, essentially modernizing a 1980s era traffic signal, putting in new pedestrian phase signals, and a bicycle detection as well. Next slide, please. And here we have the continuation for projects 11 through 22 of the 33 projects for fiscal year 2024 through 2025. Being shown here is the grit and aeration project, which will be completed in Q2 of 2024-2025. The project is improving treatment operating efficiencies, comply with future discharge regulations, and improve the functionality of the existing plant. Next slide, please. Here we have projects 23 through 33 of the 33 projects that are going to be completed in fiscal year 2024 through 2025. To highlight a couple, we have the Terminal 4 Wharf Removal Project, which will be completed this summer and is improving water quality in SF and San Pablo Bays. And then we have the Yellow Brick Road Clean, Green, and Beautiful project, including a lighting project in partnership with Pogo Parks. We received bids in April and expect to go to council this May. Next slide, please. So for fiscal year 2025 through 2026, we have 15 projects slated to be completed. Here we have the Borman Park Revitalization Project. So Caltrans recently has extended, in the process of extending one of our grants, which was for the site remediation project, which was on the previous slide, which will allow us to continue our work and continue planning for the Borman Park Revitalization Project. Next slide, please. So continuing on from that for fiscal year 2025 through 2026, we have projects 8 through 15 of the 15 projects. Highlighted here are the TCC projects. So that's the Transformative Climate Communities grant project led by our Community Development Group and Beatrice Guerrero. Featured here is the TCC Bike Lending Library and TCC Neighborhood Complete Streets project. These are all part of their Richmond Rising initiative. Next slide, please. Here we have the 11 projects that are slated for fiscal year 2026 through 2027 for completion. A couple of projects to highlight are the TCC ADA Accessible Garden, which is also part of the Richmond Rising initiative. As a reminder, on April 20th, it's Earth Day and the Richmond Rising kickoff at Unity Park. Another project is Barrett Avenue Road Improvements. It's a $1.7 million grant project. We intend to have that completed in this fiscal year of 2026, 2027. We're in the proposal phase to get a design consultant on board. The project includes a road diet along Barrett, protected bike lanes, sidewalk widening, high visibility crosswalk enhancements, protected left turn phasing, advanced stop bars, median refuge islands, and rectangular rapid flashing beacons. Next slide, please. As you can see now, we're in the out years. So fiscal year 2027 to 2028, then fiscal year 2028 to 2029. We only have 3 projects for these phases, for these years, which include the I-80 Central Interchange Phase 2. That project is currently in the right-of-way phase. And then we have the McBride Safe Routes to Parks project, which we are currently in the process of the design proposal to obtain design services for the project. We also have in the further out years that we intend to hopefully get funding for, which is the Corp Yard Fuel Site Upgrades project. From here, we'll turn it over to the next slide to back to Robert.
Thank you, Joseph. We do want to provide an update and focus in on our park improvement projects. One of staff's recommendations as part of this presentation is to show some of the funding details and project timelines for these parks improvements. Staff is noting that with an infusion of approximately $3.5 million, which can be added to the existing $4 million that have already been allocated, staff can deliver additional improvements to MLK, Shields Reed, and Wendell's parks. We are also showing on this slide our outreach schedule. And one last thing to note, in the very last slide of this presentation, we again provide a link to our capital improvement program dashboard, which is available at the engineering website at this, with the City of Richmond. So please check that out for a status on all the projects that we have entered into that site so far. So having said that, I'm going to turn this over to Andrea Miller, who's our Finance Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the council. It's already been stated at the March 5th City Council meeting, staff presented the mid-year budget review, and at that time had identified $8.8 million available for capital projects. This is comprised of $6,879,432 of unspent funds from the prior fiscal year 2022-23 and $1,903,254 anticipated revenue adjustments from the current fiscal year 2023-24 budget. Oh, thank you. Next slide. Teamwork. During that time, during that evening of March 5th, City Council appropriated a total of $400,000, which included $300,000 for Station 63, $50,000 for 37th Street improvements, which was a grant closeout, and $50,000 for Nevin Avenue grant closeout. That left a balance of $8,383,686. Staff is proposing $3.5 million exchange in funding from the ARPA funding that is included in Table 2 of the staff report, and I'll discuss more on the next few slides. Staff has also identified existing capital projects with $555,430 of funding gaps that I'll also discuss in further slides. That leaves a contingency set aside of $4,324,248 as a contingency set aside. Due to the timing of revenue inflows and expenditure outflows, staff does not recommend allocating the full contingency until the fiscal year is complete and we have a better sense of how those estimates will materialize. The development of the fiscal year 2024-25 budget is underway, and staff will present the budget in full at the May 28th City Council meeting. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, got it. Thank you. Can you go back to slide 21, please? Thank you. Council has requested additional funding for soccer fields and park improvements. And as I've already stated, the ARPA funding, which must be allocated by December 31st of 2024 and spent by December 31st of 2026. For that reason, staff recommends exchanging funding allocated for Fire Station 66 restroom, the Recreation Center HVAC, Shield Reed HVAC, and Nevin HVAC from ARPA to unspent funds and allocate $3,503,008 to soccer fields and park improvements, bringing that project total to $7,703,008. Next slide, please. Similarly, staff recommends exchanging ARPA funding for library revitalization project from ARPA to General Capital Fund in the amount of $1,898,377 and allocating that amount of ARPA funding to the ADA miscellaneous sidewalk rehabilitation, exchanging those funds with the general capital allocation in place. Next slide, please. To close out projects, staff further recommends allocating from unspent funds $300,000 to the Harbor 8 Extension Project, Joseph mentioned earlier, $205,430 to the 6th Street and McDonald Avenue Signal Improvement Project, and $50,000 to the Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project to meet statewide transportation improvement program or STIP federal grant funding requirements for a total of $555,430. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Robert.
Thank you, Andrea. Next slide, please. We wanted to note as staff that in order to help with not only delivering these CIPs, but also to deliver on public works services in general, that we do have several recruitments that are underway, and we're displaying on the screen now all the 13 open vacancies, 4 of which are on soft hold, which are being recruited for actively now. I will point out that 3 of those positions are in engineering. So we have an assistant engineer and associate civil engineer, which were advertised today, as well as our senior civil engineer in traffic, which we are actively recruiting for right now. Next slide, please. So staff's specific proposals, based on the information we've just presented, is that we, first of all, propose that council accept our funding proposal for the $4,058,438 that we've outlined in this report. And then our second proposal is that council, and we respectfully request this, that council allow staff to focus on the delivery of our CIP program and the projects that we've just noted, and refrain from adding any new CIP projects for the remainder of this fiscal year, which is 2023 through 2024, and for the next fiscal year, which is 2024 through 2025. Next slide, please. So the next steps is that staff will continue to develop the multi-year capital improvement plan. 2, staff will draft the multi-year capital improvement plan as part of the fiscal year 2024 through 2025 budget development process that will take place on May 28th of this year. And then finally, Public Works will request 3 additional engineering project delivery positions as part of the fiscal year 2024 through 2025 budget development process that again will be taking place on May 28th of this year. Next slide. And for this, I will turn this back over to Andrea Miller, our Finance Director.
Thank you. So to restate the recommended action, it is we ask the council receives an update regarding prioritization and status of the capital improvement plan projects and adopt a resolution to appropriate $4,058,438 of unspent funds from fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Our next and final slide. Thank you for your time, and we're open for questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very informative, and I'm sure that we have questions, but first I want to go to public comment.
Okay, we have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item that is joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. The in-person speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Hello.
Press the button, please.
Looking for my red light.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you for the report. I would say that the one part of it that I agree with the most is about allowing them to be able to finish projects, and so that they can be completed, so we can have them closed out. This is something that constantly is stated, is that sometimes it feels like projects drag on forever, or they're not being addressed in a timely manner. And I think that oftentimes it's due to understaffing and the inability to be able to focus on finishing. So I am going to say I've already really appreciated the street paving that has been done. I look forward to being able to see these projects come to fruition. And I do hope that we are serious about letting them be able to complete their projects and know how to pace with the staffing we have in a timely manner. So, thank you.
That was our only in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay, I have two speakers. I have Jesse Turan and Eli Moore. Jesse Turan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jesse Turan from Richmond, California. So I remember a budget meeting, one of these city council meetings that was focused on the budget. I think it was last year, maybe the year before. And at that meeting, I learned that the city owed the IRS $9 million in late filing fees. And I don't know if that's been addressed yet or what pool of
Yes.
money something like that would come out of. But it seems to me if the city has any debts that are accruing interest, that those should be paid off before money is allocated to anything else, because it could cost, just interest on these things could cost the city money. And so I just encourage the council to look into that and make sure that that's happening. Another thing that was mentioned at a city council meeting a while ago was the sea level rise and how that is going to affect our sewage system in Richmond. And I don't know if that may or may not be one of the projects that any of this money is being spent on. But that presentation really stuck with me. And I think that's something that we need to go back to, and we need to take a look at more, because global warming isn't changing. And another thing we should probably look at money to is methane capture technology, because Richmond is the #1 methane polluter in the entire state of California. And it doesn't need to be. There are ways that can be addressed. Very easy ways. There's money available to let us address those things. But we need to look at that problem because we are responsible for it. And it's not just Chevron.
Expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Eli Moore. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Council, City Mayor. Just a short comment. With all due respect, I just don't understand how the 18 street calming projects that were funded like 2 years ago that amount to little over $1 million still aren't complete. There's been so much community attention to this, calling to the need for pedestrian safety, injuries and deaths on our streets. And I just don't understand why it takes so long to do what seems like a pretty small scope of work compared to all the work that Public Works Department is doing. And the other comment is just that it doesn't seem like good planning to present capital improvement projects completely disconnected from the city's plans that should be shaping those projects. So the street safety plan and other plans that the city has adopted and has had on the books for years, but they don't seem to be implemented very well. And it seems like part of the problem is that Public Works manages the capital improvement projects without really considering those plans. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
If there are no other public speakers, then public session is over. It's time for questions and comments from council.
Mayor, did you want staff to respond to the last statement or no?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Robert.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Curl and Speaker online. That it's a very good question. In fact, many of our projects are actually linked or come from our city planning documents. For example, the cutting and Carlson, the cutting bike lane project that also goes across Hoffman and Wright, and the Wright Harbor Section 130 projects. Those are all examples of projects that come directly from our ferry to bridge to greenway plan. That this is a plan that can be found online. Our Barrett project, we received a HSIP grant, which is a safety grant that came directly from our local road safety plan. That's precisely why that plan was produced, is so that it could be eligible for those types of grants. And so many of our projects do actually come from our different planning documents. So those are just a couple of examples of how these projects came into being.
Thank you. Yes, you may speak if you're.
I'm here to be for the soft questions.
Oh,
The
okay.
tough ones go there.
Okay. All right then. Well then.
Yeah, exactly.
Well then, in that case, I'll let Jimenez ask her questions, and then we'll let Zepeda give you the soft ones.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Public Works Director, and thank you, staff, for putting together this information and for the agenda items. I think I want to make a comment and then have some question. I want to follow up with the answer that you did. I think, like, if this is true that all these projects are responding to the plans, one of the things that I believe Councilmember Robinson has been asking and repeating asking is that information is part of these materials, right? And so we don't have comments, public comments like the one right now saying, well, we don't see it. It's because we don't see it. So we are asking that, and so we can know, well, where is this coming from? So that is one thing that I think, like, we need that information here, and I hope that is, because it has been asked several times.
Well, I can try to answer very short try to combine your question with the previous caller. When we joined the city, we identified between 20 and 30 projects, CIP projects, and I want to just remind the city council and everybody present here that there was the engineering staff was one engineering intern. That was the whole staff, an intern. And so we lost the institutional knowledge. So what you're asking us is something that we don't have anybody that we can pull all that information in detail. But what we know is that at some point the city council, probably, I mean, not all of you, because not all of you were here at that time, but a previous city council adopted and approved specific projects and approved staff or directed staff to go after specific grants. And staff went after grants, and the city got those grants. And now we have those grants. To give you an example, today on consent item, you approve one amendment to one project that we have since 2015. That's almost 10 years ago, and we're still talking about it. It's one of the 84 projects. I personally wouldn't like to have projects at all, because that basically tied our hands, don't allow flexibility to a staff to be able to spread all these projects among 5 years. As you saw it, we have them very comprised in the next 3 years, including this one. And the same thing, city council, it ties city council in a way, because some flexibility that we may have, we don't have it right now. The reality is all these projects were approved by city council at some point, and I would expect in a democracy that even though I may not approve, I mean, or not approve, it's not a word, agree with the reasoning behind those projects, but since they were approved by a city council elected in a democracy, that doesn't go away. Because that means that it's a precedent that when you leave, because at some point some of you will leave, the next city council will also cancel those projects. And that's not what everybody wants here. So right now we have 84 projects so far, and I say so far because we may find one or two. We're still finding all the bones to put together all this CIP list. And the reality is that now we need to execute. We want to execute because we have commitments for grants, commitments, just the ARPA funds that the finance director just mentioned, that we want to exchange so we can gain time in some projects so we don't risk them. That's the type of recommendations we're making tonight.
Thank you. Just let's go back to one thing that this council has been interested, and the community, I think like the community has been over and over saying that we need projects for traffic calming, right? And this is something that I hear in District 6 and throughout the city. So there is a program here that is called Traffic Calming Program. But what I see, what I see is that it's just one program. It doesn't name the 18 location, that we don't know how many projects can be the 18 location. And the engineer who is in charge of that has additional 13 other projects. So I just wondering how, like, and out of this traffic calming program, out of these 18 locations, only 2 speed bumps has been built in 2 years. And what I see here is that the person, the staff who has the most projects is the one who is managing that. So how we believe that this is going to happen when we see the load of work in the staff, in the staff person who is doing that, right? So my question is, what is the plan to really deliver? And you may, what is the, like, so this first question, what is the plan to deliver? And then how many staff do we have? How many staff are the positions are not filled? You mentioned some position here. And how many, like the total additional with that you are asking for this new fiscal year? And if that will give you enough to deliver, because I don't want to be here getting frustrated all the time because we are not adding anything. The reality is that we are not adding. We are in the street, in the traffic calming program, we are asking for the 18 projects. We are not telling you adding 2 or more. It's just deliver these 18 projects to see how they work. And we haven't seen any progress. And then we see that the staff is just overworked with 13 more projects and plus that. So just what is the plan?
Well, just a couple of items before trying to answer that question. The first one is City Council approved the traffic calming list of locations in November of 2022. That's been 17 months ago. It's not quite yet 2 years. A year after City Council approved that list, City Council approved the hiring of a traffic engineer. And so that was 5 months ago. And in the last 5 months, we've been trying to hire, with the collaboration and help of Human Resources, trying to hire that traffic engineer, who right now is in very high demand. We are working different strategies. We are very optimistic that we can get somebody joining us by this summer. And, but definitely, not only that position is key, because the other 2 engineers that the City Council approved this year, and we are right now actively recruiting. Actually, the posting was this week. Even if we don't have the traffic engineer, that would allow the redistribution of the workload in a better way that what you're pointing out will help free up time of staff to focus on the traffic calming program. Now, another point is the traffic calming program, even though it has 18 locations currently, and it's gonna keep adding and adding. We call it program because it's gonna be, every year is gonna be new locations, new locations, new locations. It's not gonna stop with the 18 that we already have. The other thing is that the traffic calming program is one out of the 84 projects that we have identified. Well, it's actually one of the 7 programs that we have that every year repeats, right? So the ask that I have as a public works director to City Council is the most difficult one because I'm not asking for funds and I'm not asking for staff, I'm asking for patience. And it's very difficult to receive that, I know, in this political environment. Now that everybody is so quick, you want to eat something, you order it online, it comes to your door in a few minutes. You order something on Amazon, same thing. So people are used to that fast speed. But the delivery of projects in the public sector, it's still the same pace. So I can tell you in the presentation, Robert and Joseph did a great job putting it out there. We expect to, this year, to deliver 14 projects. In the next fiscal year, we're going to deliver another 30 plus. So that is a big commitment to do in the next 12 to 18 months. So our staff turned 1 year last month in March, our engineering staff. Actually, some of them. Joseph turned one year. The two other senior engineers turned 1 year, and then the rest of the engineers that we have are going to turn 1 year in August. So it's something about timing. It's just part of the process.
Yeah. So tell me, this will be my last question, and I will pass it around. How many out of the 84 projects that you have are contracting now, and how many are being done by the staff that you have?
That's a loaded question. When you say contracting out, for example,
that is not a staff who is actually doing the work of need in-house.
There's always a staff involved.
So, but how many? So, what I want is how many of the projects are in-house without anybody, but just in-house, and how many of them are an engineer doing the programming, and then is contract out?
Well, Mayor, Daniel, if I may, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I think Councilmember Jimenez, if I may try to reframe the question. I think based on our previous conversations, what you're asking staff to identify is in which instances are staff actually making the engineering drawings, and in which of the contracts it's more contract administration because there's an outside engineer that the in-house engineer is managing, and in some instances there's also a construction project manager. And so if I may, I think that's kind of what, based on our previous conversations, the council member is alluding to, because I do think not to say that it's not a lot of work, but the number of projects that staff are actually drawing manually and making on the computer is relatively small to the overall portfolio. And we do have staff in other departments, like let's say Department of Children and Youth. It's not the same, it's a grant program, but like 2 staff people manage 60 contracts, right? So I think what we're trying to understand is like, what is the volume of work and how much of the work is actually also supported by professional development consultants, either both engineers and construction project managers.
Well, that's what I'm saying, it's a loaded question. If we're talking specifically for design, right, just design, no planning, no construction management, no construction, not project management, design itself, it's close to 100. We have had a couple of projects that we have done in-house because it's been faster. That's the only way. But the majority, I mean, again, close to 100 of the design is consulting services.
Team services, okay.
If I may, since you said that was your last question.
I just want, this is my last comment.
She was kidding.
And my last comment. My last question and my last comment is coming
So
back.
this is a comment or a question?
Yeah, it's a comment, my last comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that it's not like, I believe like one manager should be managing many, but it should be a work balance. But when you ask for patience, I think like the residents are pushing us to have this delivered. And when 18 months has passed and they don't see anything is in this one part, then they start pushing us, and we are going to start pushing you. So you deliver. And and if 100% or a lot of these is contracting now, I think like what I want as a plan of like, okay, how many actually people we need to help to manage that so we can deliver, because the work cannot stop. We need to be responsible to the community. And I know I thank you and the staff that we had, because you have been doing an excellent job, like a forensic job of just getting all this information that we lost with the staff that we had here before. And I think like this city council, because you are saying we are not asking for money or staff, which is a mistake.
Actually, let me rephrase that.
Okay, because...
As important as money and staff is patience. Let me rephrase that.
Okay,
For the
because
record,
I am just like, how is that he's not asking for a staff or for when you are saying, oh my God, we have all these projects. And this council is telling you that we want to support that. So I just want to make sure that for this budget season, we have the right ask for public works. So you can deliver, and we can show the community that the money that we are moving is actually showing in the community, because this is quality of life. So if you are going to hear me a lot, and I think like one thing that I feel like is really important, if that we don't have a transportation division, we need to have a transportation division, or a transportation department, I don't know what will be. Because this issue of making future streets in Richmond safer for pedestrians is not going to stop, and is going to be intensified. And I don't see how that will be delivered if we really don't have the right staffing with the right skills to make that happen. Because it's not just 18 locations, it's to think and rethink how the streets in Richmond are going to become the environmentally pedestrian bicycle safety. And this is not just the role of a traffic engineer. It's a planning work. It's a planning work. So we need to think about that. So I hope that we all start thinking about that, and we may soon move with this next budget. So you have that support and you deliver. Thank you.
Okay. Before I call on Councilmember McLaughlin, I did want to say that, I'm sorry. No, he comes next.
I thought he came next after Vice Mayor first.
No, that was a joke. He's not going to ask soft questions, okay? So, I think one of the issues that we have here is that it seems that the council doesn't really understand the process in which these contracts are done, how the work is done. So it seems like, to me, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like our staff is basically project managers, and then you contract whatever you need to contract out to get the work done. Is that correct?
I'm going to let the city engineer answer that question.
That is correct, that it is a big project management job for the engineers. I think that the thing that we need to understand, though, is that a lot of the material that we're dealing with is technical. So an engineer does need to review another engineer's work so that we're basically the eyes and ears of the city to make sure that the product that we're receiving is technically correct and also is consistent with the policies that council has laid out before us. So our staff is the conduit between the people who are delivering these designs and the city council and the will of the community. So, for example, Joseph, who is managing the traffic calming project, is spending a lot of time reviewing their specific proposals. So he's seeing concepts, and this is something that we discussed at the March 5th meeting and even showed some of the draft designs at that particular meeting. But someone needs to look at what they're proposing and ask technical questions, right? So, for example, when we did get a sample design for the Key and Barrett intersection, which we're looking at creating a quick build type of roundabout at that intersection. So it looks good, you know, if you're not an engineer and you look at it and you go, hey, this is a really pretty picture, it looks nice, it's got nice geometry and stuff, but you know, when you're an engineer, the devil's in the details. The details matter a lot, right? So, when Joseph and I looked at that proposal, we're asking questions like, hey, can a fire engine make that turn? You know, is there enough turn length for this left turn lane? Questions like that are the questions that we pose to the other engineers. So those are really important questions. It takes an engineer to be able to communicate with another engineer to ensure that the design is right, that it's meeting city standards. Every city has its own city standards. We have our own city standards here in the city of Richmond. And so we need to, you know, stick up for the city of Richmond, if you will. So, yeah, there's technical reviews that take place. It's not just, you know, we accept whatever information the consultant gives us. Where we are looking at that with a critical eye, making sure that it's correct. But you're right, Mayor, and it's a very good observation, good question. There's a big, huge project management component to what staff does to manage the scope, the budget, and the schedule, and to try to hold our consultants accountable for the commitments they made to the city. So that is a huge part of what we do.
Okay, thank you. I will have further questions about this management process, but Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I have some questions and comments. I want to start out by saying I saw the list of staff that you're recommending for hire, or the positions. One thing I did not see was what the position that Patrick Phelan had held, which I believe was infrastructure administrator. And I'm thinking that it's possible, and I know Vice Mayor Jimenez talked about a transportation department. I don't know what or division, or, I mean, I think it's more than, I know we have some transportation for seniors, the shuttle and stuff, but what we're looking at, because I have had conversations with the Vice Mayor about this, is more of like someone to kind of oversee all of the infrastructure of street calming, street repair, and I think Patrick's position was called infrastructure administrator. Now, I don't know if it would need to be expanded, but somebody who could fill a position to tackle some of this work that is incomplete at this point, because I think the Vice Mayor brought out the fact that Councilmember Robinson had talked about, please include a column for which plan is being accessed in what category, in what project. And also, I don't see these prioritized. And I thought we were also wanting a prioritization of these capital improvement projects. So someone that could work on this kind of data and connect it with the proper plan and keep us updated in that way so that the project managers can work on overseeing the contracts and the implementation of the projects. Because I think it's still pretty chaotic in terms of how this process is going to move forward. And the 18 traffic calming locations is something that, as has been stated, has been lingering. So how do we get to a point of making them move forward? Maybe by freeing up some of the project manager's time and having an infrastructure administrator kind of do the overall review and data collection, et cetera. So that's one idea, and maybe more ideas can come forward. On one thing I did not see in this list was the Carlson Crosstown project. I saw a Carlson pavement project. Is that the same thing? It's just a new name?
That's correct. We should
Okay.
change the nomenclature of that. That's something that I noted to Joseph, who's managing our capital program. And we should call that the Carlson Crosstown Connection Phase 2. And that is a funded project, and it's in the system currently.
And on that score, I know there was an email that I forwarded to you, Robert, and perhaps Daniel as well, on the issue of a road diet for Carlson Boulevard. And and I think, Robert, you stated that in the Carlson Crosstown project, a road diet is not has not been analyzed. Is that correct?
So the section of road that I understood that was being discussed in the email was outside of the project limits of the current Carlson Crosstown Connection project. So what I was thinking maybe a good way to handle this is to get Phase 2 done. There's 3 traffic calming sites located in the area that I understood to be in question. So I was thinking that maybe if we get those 3 sites taken care of and the Phase 2 project, then we can evaluate and see if we need to do maybe a Phase 3 later. But maybe the existing projects might help alleviate some of the community concerns. And if you would indulge me, Councilmember McLaughlin, just to circle back to the point that you made. So you're bringing up a really good point. Patrick Phelan was our engineering infrastructure administrator. We were very fortunate to get a very talented replacement for that position, and his name is Mark Leitner. He is actually the talent that's behind our CIP dashboard that I mentioned in this meeting, and also that Joseph mentioned on the March 5th meeting. And he's a very skilled individual and has put that together. It's a beautiful site and very functional. The thing that I wanted to note that Patrick had a particular passion for bike projects and was kind of doing double duty as both the engineering infrastructure administrator as well as running a lot of bike and pedestrian projects, and he was very skilled at that. And Daniel and I have, when we've done our organizational discussions, that's something that we thought that, maybe could be added in the future. We don't have specific proposals for you now, but it's something to consider, something to think about, is maybe we need a bicycle pedestrian coordinator in the city. And that's kind of maybe what you're remembering from Patrick and his legacy here at the city.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely remember that about Patrick, but I'm also thinking maybe of a larger even scope of work than or a different scope of work. So I just, thought the name infrastructure administrator sounded like it might fit into that category of what I was thinking about, to free up some of the project managers, maybe some coordinator who was really not just, it's great we got the dashboard and everything, but someone that would be able to kind of make it clear and identify a priority list based on various plans we have and based on need, rather than have, it's more administrative work than actual engineer work. So I'm trying to think of ways, and maybe there are other ways, and we can talk about this later. I think some of us will be meeting, having a meeting on this later, I know, with some of you in Public Works to explore ideas. But that was just something I wanted to throw out in terms of an administrator to free up some of the engineers to do the project management that they have on their plate. Now, on the, so the Carlson Crosstown project, I think what was called the pavement in this presentation project is not going to get started until 2026. Did I see that correct?
That's a great question, Councilmember McLaughlin. I'm going to have Joseph go into the details of the project delivery on that project.
Okay.
Yeah, so we received a proposal from the consultants recently, and that's being reviewed now. So the design is scheduled to begin in this Q4. And then in terms of construction is probably what you're more concerned about. That is scheduled to be, according to the attachment 2, it should be Q2 of fiscal year 25-26. That is correct.
25, 26, not
Yeah.
26, 27.
No, well, the construction duration is going to span 2 fiscal years. I mean, 2 years, but it's still the same fiscal year. I think for any schedules, perhaps we can reference attachment 2. Those charts there, hopefully they're legible now. I know that the attachment was smaller before, but that would give you an idea of our intention moving forward for these projects.
Another important item regarding that project is East Bay Mod recent communication about a project they have. It's a pipe replacement? Okay, so that's going to affect streets, so we don't want to pave something that is going to be destroyed right after. So we're going to do it right after them. So it's one time that we do that work.
And so this idea of doing the phase 2 of the Carlson Crosstown and then perhaps doing a phase 3, is there, I'm just want to make sure that, will the streets changes in phase 2 then have to be, dug up for phase 3 to do a road diet? I mean, or will it, I don't want work to be done and then have to be, altered in order for phase 3 to happen, or will that not interfere with doing a phase 3 road diet?
That's another great question. I guess, to be honest, my statement's going to be a little bit speculative, but I would think that we wouldn't need to affect the phase 2 improvements much if there were to be a phase 3. We would need to do some analysis. Carlson is a high-volume road, so it can get up to 16,000 vehicles a day when I was looking at the data. So we do want to be careful about how we design the lanes and some of the infrastructures for a potential phase 3. So it could affect phase 2, but I wouldn't. I would think that it could be worked in fairly seamlessly. So, but it would take some study to make sure.
All right, yeah, because that would be good to have some of that analysis before phase 2 gets started. So the final question I have is, I think you mentioned, is this the $3.5 million that you're requesting? Is that an add-on to the grant money for some of the larger park renovations like MLK? Is that, I saw that in one of your slides, $3.5 million added?
Yeah, what happens is in a previous city council meeting, when the consultant, CSW, presented the additional scope that could be added to the soccer fields and the parks improvements, City Council shows interest in that idea. So with that in mind, what we notice also is, okay, we have a few projects that have ARPA funds right now that basically put handcuff on us to encumber the funds before the end of this year. And timing-wise, with all the projects we have, it might be very risky. So why we don't use out of the unspent funds, take that money, take the ARPA funds from those projects, put unspent funds here, so we don't have to be tied to December 31st, 2024. That doesn't mean that we're not going to do it. Just doesn't mean that it gives us flexibility. And then the ARPA funds, put them into the soccer fields and parks improvements in addition to what they have, because we know that this year we'll be encumbering all those funds.
Okay, so I read that in the agenda report, and, that between the unspent and the ARPA. So the 3.5 million wasn't like an added 3.5 million?
No, yes, so
it is, Councilmember McLaughlin. And so I do think it's important to note that, but what's also important to note for the City Council to fully understand is we've been working with the ARPA consultant, and the federal government has been refining the guidelines as it relates to ARPA, and it's more stringent now. And so the threshold that we originally was communicated regarding what was necessary, it's much higher now what we have to achieve by the end of the year. And so I do really appreciate that Public Works and Finance are being proactive in bringing a request to council to swap these funds. So that way we don't want to lose any funds. And if I may, to the point that you made, Councilmember McLaughlin and Vice Mayor Jimenez, so the plan right now is to hire 3 more engineers at various levels and an analyst for transportation, because now we have transportation positions in both community services for the time being and public works. So it's split. Over time, that will change as people decide to do other things. But for the time being, that's how it's set up. If any of those recruitments appear not to be getting traction, we will come back to City Council and make recommendations for other positions. And so, for example, Joseph is obviously amazing. He's done a tremendous job in helping pull this presentation together. So one of the things that we've been discussing is, okay, if we can't get somebody to come in at an associate level engineer, maybe we need to hire another capital improvement project manager. And so those are the kind of things that we've been discussing to make sure that we have a contingency plan to meet the requirements and the requests from the City Council. But we wanted to make sure before we ask for those changes, because we have to meet and confer with the unions, that we try in good faith to try to fill them, and then if not, we would come back with a request for higher positions.
Okay, so I just want to go back to my question. So the 3.5 million is not additional, I guess I was unclear. I thought that was an additional request, like from the general fund, but it isn't?
No, it is, but it's not from they're suggesting to.
Is it part of the swap between
Well, essentially,
ARPA?
we were trying not,
Okay,
because
that's
swap
all.
is a
I don't
bad
wanna
word
get
for us,
hung up
right?
on
So we
it.
didn't want.
Okay, I don't want to get caught up on this, but it's not. It's the substitute. It's part of the substitute.
It's
Okay.
part of the substitution, but it is is increasing the overall budget
Get
for
it.
parks.
Okay, I get that
So
now.
it does increase the park improvement
Okay,
budget.
but it doesn't. It's not like asking for more funds that, apart from what. It's part of the substitution. That's a good way to put it. All right. The
Excuse me.
reason I brought that up.
I just wanted to clarify, it is both. It is increasing the cost of the project by 3.5 million, but it's allocating from the ARPA funding so that we do not risk losing those funds.
So
that
we're
must be
not
allocated.
taking new money from the general fund.
Correct.
And adding it. That's all. Okay, that's all I needed, because that wasn't my question. I was using that as the context for my question. So my question is, I understand that a lot of our parks, our park upgrades are grant funded, and I think that's wonderful. Now, and some of these bigger parks like MLK and Shields Reed and are really needing to, move forward. And I totally support this 3.5 million for that. But there are also little play lots along in the city, little playgrounds. And was one in particular that a resident reached out to me about, and I forwarded to the city manager and some of you in Public Works. And they should be on the upgrade list. They're a smaller amount of money, and I understand that there was a 2019 park assessment, and 3 of these park lots, one of them were highlighted as needing upgrades. I mean, I think more need upgrades as well. But I would like to see more money. I would like to see these 3 play lots, of which one is Monterey Park and play lot, and then one is Virginia play lot, and one is Stewart Playground, I guess. So they were identified back in 2019, and my understanding is that it's something like $300,000 per upgrade for these little play lots, new play equipment, so it doesn't always break down. People move into our city because often there's a nearby play lot and they want to start their family, and their families grow up. And I don't want these children to miss out on the opportunity of having a functional play lot in their area. So I would like to advocate for an additional, now this could be in the 2024-25 budget, but I would like to plant a seed right now for an additional $1 million for parks. We can still seek out grant funding, but at least we would have enough money to upgrade 3 of these play lots. So I just want to plant that seed.
Can you repeat those, please, Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, it's Monterey Play Lot, it's Virginia Play Lot, and it's Stewart Playground, I think it's called. Yeah, and that's from the 2019 Parks Assessment.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And that's all I have at this point.
Thank you. Thank you. And now it's, first I want to apologize for the confusion I caused with my bad joke. But it is now Councilmember Zepeda's turn, and he may ask softball or hard-boiled questions.
And Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Bonner has her hand raised also. Councilmember Bonner has her hand raised also.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll start with the easy one for you, Daniel, maybe. We all might remember the little kid that came to City Council meeting a couple of times asking for a stop sign. Well, I think he was very adorable. It was heartbreaking every time he asked for it. So is that in the project pipeline somewhere? I don't remember the street. I just remember the kid.
No, that's a very good question, Councilmember Zepeda. So it's not really part of our capital improvement program, but we do have Track It. I'm sorry, I'm launching straight into jargon. We do have a system where we receive public comments. So we did take that comment from that meeting and put it into our internal system, which is called Track It, and it's part of one of the many issues that we have to resolve. I did contact one of our consulting traffic consultants, traffic engineers, and I did ask them to provide a proposal to evaluate the stop signs. So just to, sorry, I'm an engineer and I have to give you the boring details, but stop signs are, they're not traffic calming devices, they're traffic safety devices, they control traffic. So there's a formal set of evaluation criteria in order to put them in place. They're called warrants. So there's 4 warrants for a stop sign. So it does involve a little bit of math and a little bit of research. And so we do need to engage a traffic engineer to evaluate to see if a traffic sign is warranted. So we did hire a consultant, so that process is underway for that particular intersection. I think there's more than one intersection. I think there was 2. And so those are being evaluated.
Thank you. And in terms of, now that we hire somebody, hopefully they'll go to Santa Fe Neighborhood Council as well, because they have a whole street that just crosses, or several streets that cross over each other and nobody stops. If you're not from there, you better be careful. So thank you for that answer there. Talking about involvement and getting feedback from the community, I know that several of you are new, or actually most of your team is new, if not all of it. And neighborhood councils are a new concept. Right? I think, Daniel, I think you mentioned that in a meeting we had yesterday, I believe, or the day before yesterday. So how are we making sure that through this huge list, we don't want to add more speed bumps to the road of challenging, that's already challenging enough to fix our city. But how do we make sure that we partner with the community and get the neighborhood council's involvement and their feedback? And both the neighborhood councils and also businesses that might be around any of these projects that could be affecting them. We want to make sure that we learn from some of the past. So how are we incorporating that? And are we incorporating that into our plans?
That's a tough question that I'm going to let, no. That is a tough question because in reality, we're working on how we can have an effective, but at the same time efficient communication process with the community. I'm used to go for projects, have 2, sometimes even 3 community meetings, especially when you're changing the roadway, like a road diet project, for example, a park project. Then people attend those community meetings, and it's open to everybody. So even neighborhood council can attend and participate. But definitely presenting the same information, the same project to the neighborhood council on top of these community meetings is feasible, but it's time consuming. So we have really a big challenge between 84 projects that we need to deliver. And when you add a process that have to go, just imagine a project that goes through 3 neighborhood council meetings. We have to put it in the agenda of each of them, right? And they don't meet every day. And it could be easily that it takes 4, 5, 6 months to go through those 3 neighborhood council. And on top of that, you put 1 or 2 more community meetings. So by the time you're done, you're at least 6 months in the process. So it's a challenging situation. We are reviewing that. Part of it is for new staff familiarizing with the city. I have to recognize that. Locally for us, we have other staff members that are very experienced in this, and they've been guiding us on, depending also on the neighborhood. There's some neighborhood that a community meeting would be sufficient to reach the community. In other ones, we need to go more individually to this neighborhood council. So it's a process that is still in progress, but it's a valid point. And I think since the second day I've been working here, I saw very clear that there's some room for improvement.
And if we can maybe look at it as the neighborhood council as being a tool in your book of tools, right, in your box of tools.
If I may add, as part of our annual budget planning process, we do hold a series of community budget meetings. We've already conducted 2. The first one was on the 8th of April with the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council. We also had one on April 11th here in the council chambers, and our 3rd and final community budget meeting of the season will be on the 24th here in the council chambers, beginning at 5:30 p.m., both virtually and in person.
And thank you for that. I think it's great to get the community involved so they know the nitty-gritty of the money, where it's going to go. But in regards to the projects too, like using them as a tool, and I'm a former president of my neighborhood council, and if using me as a tool, or my former self as a tool, right, saying, hey, we need to have a meeting because we have this project or 5 projects. I am sure that if you ask a neighborhood council to do a special meeting, they're not going to say no, especially if you're in a timeline. I know that in District 2, I can get 2 or 3 neighborhood councils together at once, and you get 1 meeting, and you got 3 neighborhood councils giving you input.
I would like to take this opportunity actually I'm pretty sure all the city council in Richmond are watching every single city council meeting right now, so this is going to be the most effective way to reach out to them. The CIP dashboard is the best tool they can use to identify the projects that are in their neighborhood. Even if they're coming 6 months from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, even some 4 or 5 years from now, that they can identify right now. And every single project has a project manager in the CIP dashboard that they can contact, and they can actually initiate also contacting us. Hey, I saw that this project is going to affect our neighborhood council, and it says that it's 2 years from now. We would like to have a conversation with you guys when we can schedule it. So we can say, okay, let's put it in September of this year. So we already have it in our schedule. We know we're going to be there. They know we're going to be there. We prepare information to share with them, and we start that process as well. I think it's a two-way communication. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
It is, and then we can maybe have the district or the neighborhood councils listed on this great list or somewhere. It might be easier to sort. So
in the CIP dashboard, you have a map. So it's way easier because you can see dots, you can see lines. If the project is a street, you see the line. If the project is a location, specific location, you see a dot. What I have to say though, right now, if you go today, you're gonna still see the 69 projects. We haven't uploaded the other projects that they're missing. That's why the version is a better version. But that's what we're gonna be doing this month to upload the rest of the projects. And on a monthly basis, we'll be updating that data, dashboard, the CIP dashboard.
Thank you. So I'll communicate with them your recommendation as well, but I want to make sure that you guys can use them as a tool there. And I know I don't want it, as I was saying, not another speed bump in the road there, but I wanted you to use them as a tool if you can. Yes.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're trying to make sure that we do is, given the volume of projects, that when we have these larger community meetings, right, around community budgeting and so forth, because the budget includes the 5-year CIP, and that's why we specifically go to the neighborhood councils and we really try to engage them, is so if they have any questions about projects that are coming up in their neighborhood, that's a really opportune time for residents to engage. So that way, like if someone says, oh, I didn't know about this project, we've had, in this every year, there's at least 3 meetings, and that it always starts with the RNCC. So we're really trying to get some economies of scale in terms of getting information out, because if not, and this is a thing that Daniel always says to me, do you want me to do implementation or do you want me to be, talking to people? And we know that we have to do both, but if we want to make sure we don't lose these grant funds. So we have to try to, in some instances, compress the schedule, right? Like we have to really compress the schedule or else we're not going to meet the deliverables. So we do need the neighborhoods to also be flexible and understanding that when we come to you, please, feel free to ask us any question. We're happy to answer. And we will try, and Public Works will try to go and work with Stephanie to go to specific meetings. But at any point during the budgeting process, which we'll be having meetings coming up in May, that residents can call in, they can ask questions, and that's an opportune time for them to get information about these projects.
Thank you. And keeping on the neighborhood council's questions here, I know that last year, there was a list that was submitted by one of the neighborhood councils, and they had a lot of projects that were in progress or that were planned, and they're not all in this list here. Do we know where they might be? I know there's more than 80, but do we know where the other list might be? Or other projects, just so that we have even if we're not working on them right now, we don't have to queue them, but just know that they're still in the list.
So let me try to, it's a great question. Let me try to answer it this way, Councilmember Cepeda. And if I get it wrong, feel free to correct me. But the 84 projects that we're discussing today and that are part of attachment 2 are all the known active approved CIPs that we have. There are other projects that have been in the city's mind's eye over the years. And they're kind of, I know, with a community that has a long memory with these things, that they're still out there, they've been discussed. We do keep track of those. We affectionately have 2 different lists. We call one list our parking lot, and then we have a bike rack set of projects. It's a very extensive list of projects. They're not funded at all. They're basically ideas of things that the community desires. I don't know if that's the kind of lists that you're thinking of, or help me.
Some of them were desires, some of them were conversations that had been started before. I can tell you the Parkchester overpass is something that the city council had talked about and gave some thumbs up here. I don't see it in here yet. I just want to make sure that, not to add more to the list, but I want to see where can community members go if they've already had a conversation, or if they sent you that list, and that could be their wish list. Where is it in there somewhere? Maybe it's on the website that we can add it as a
No, it's
somewhere
not on the
as a wish
website.
list.
But I think one item that was presented in the presentation is, well, we need to have more projects in years 4, 5, and beyond, right? And if we do it, if we do like a soft lift now, in 2 years, or in a year and a half, we'll be ready to apply for grants because we'll be very specific what we want. We'll know better the scope of what we require, and we'll know better how much money we need to put. So there's no free grant. You're always going to pay something, even if it's a staff time. But so if you don't have the money, so why are you applying for a grant, right? I mean,
If I may add on to that, from a financial planning standpoint, annually, the council adopts a 5-year capital improvement plan. The first year of the 5-year capital improvement plan is the adopted budget. So the items that have not been formally adopted by council as part of the 5-year capital improvement plan is not part of this. These are the majority should be funded, some are unfunded in the outer years. But what's presented to the council on this evening is the status of the existing, originally 69, now 84, council-approved capital improvement projects. Now, as part of the upcoming budget that we're presenting at the May 28th meeting, we can incorporate those other capital projects into the 5-year overall plan that were ideas for council's consideration and adoption, but it should be part of the 5-year approved plan.
And that would be in the council's checklist.
Yes.
So normally what happens is the council will start making ideas now, right? Like you'll start suggesting, like Councilmember McLaughlin made a suggestion around 3 parks. But then when we actually do the formal presentation, usually the mayor goes through each of you, and then we write down your requests, and then we use that as the council checklist, and then we incorporate those requests to the extent feasible into the budget.
Thank you. It'll be great. And that's adding to my next point here. There's billions of dollars right now with the Biden infrastructure bill. And those billions of dollars with the B, we have to start applying by them and put them in the queue by 2026, which does not leave a lot of time. And they're all for infrastructure. So if a lot of the projects in here, we might be able to, if they're not already funded, we might be able to get funding there. And it's important to have a full list of all the other projects that might be pie in the sky right now, but hey, maybe somewhere in the infrastructure bill, there's money for it. So maybe we move some money around. I know that I talk about EVs all the time, and we talked about electrifying our fleet and electrifying our city, putting more infrastructure out there. There's billions of dollars for that. So we're looking to hire more people. We're looking for whatever. That money is not going to be there in potentially years 6, 7, and 8. But they will be there in the next 3 years. So we need to start writing those grants and not use as much of our city money. Let's go get these billions of dollars that are out there that is going to potentially just be a one-time thing.
Great points, and we'll certainly collaborate Finance and Public Works on further developing our 5-year capital improvement plan and identifying those types of fundings that you've identified in the Biden infrastructure plan.
Thank you. And something that I learned, and in a previous council meeting, I mentioned that I went down south for a meeting for the infrastructure project for Cal Cities, and a lot of the cities there are struggling to apply because they don't have a plan. So in a room full of elected officials and a lot of planning people, more than half of them were struggling, which to me is telling me if they're struggling, there's going to be a lot of money left over. So if we can get our ducks in a row, we can get a lot of that money right now. So let me know how I can help, but there's a lot of money out there, so thank you for that. My next point is building capacity, new tools. My colleagues mentioned as well about hiring more individuals and how that pipeline's going. But if we start building that capacity, if we're going to go after this money, and we know that it's out there, we need to start hiring correctly now to build that capacity, because it takes a while for people to get used to Richmond and learning their job and learning what we need to do, right? Planning. This great report here took a long time, right? And thank you for that. But we need to start building that capacity now so that when we're ready to receive the money, we're ready to start building as well. Otherwise, we're going to start losing a lot of money that's out there. You have a comment there?
It's a question.
Okay.
When was the last time that?
You can't ask me questions.
No.
It's the other way around.
Well, the city council had this, a report like this.
I'm sorry, say that again?
When was the last time that the city council had a report this detail about the CIP program?
Today.
Actually, we were going to praise you on it, but you beat us to it.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. And then a suggestion, because I know that everything takes a lot of time. Is there a way that we can prioritize some smaller projects to just kind of check them off? So it's like, instead of doing, as Vice Mayor mentioned, I think we did two speed bumps, right? To say, look, we did 20, all these little projects versus 2 of these big projects. Just an idea there. You guys manage it however, but maybe the smaller projects, we can just start getting them out of the way. So we can say we've done a lot of stuff out there. And I don't know if we need to have more money, and I'm going to wrap it up here quickly here. There's that chart. I don't know if you guys have seen it. We either want it fast and cheap and good, or good and fast. I think we want to go for good and fast, which is going to be more costly. So, and that goes back to there's billions of dollars out there. So what can we do as elected officials to help you provide more tools instead of just asking you to do more, because it's every time we get up here, we're asking you to do more. So thank you for that. But what can we do as well? So please let us know what we can do to help out, to provide you with the tools that you need to build faster and better, because our community is really in dire need of a lot of these projects. And I'll pause there for now, so thank you.
Now, before I call on Councilmember Bonner, I wanted to say that not only do we want good and fast, but what about good and plenty? If those of you who remember those. Aside from that, I did want to thank you for this. This was really a wonderful chart, and I would have liked to have seen it collated differently from the projects that are going to happen fast to the projects that are on queue. You know, it would have been better for us to understand exactly the progress that the department would be making in terms of all the projects that we have. So once again, thank you for this. It's a lot of fantastic information. Councilmember Bonner, and then lastly, let's save the best for last, Willis. Yeah, okay, Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. More than that, I'm really glad that Public Works is just getting its act together. It's working as a department now. I remember it was in a miserable situation a year ago. So thank you very much for the great work that you, Director Chavarria, and all the staff are doing. I greatly appreciate it. My questions are about public safety. You know, road safety is public safety. And I didn't hear any mention of it. I believe it's very important and should be incorporated into it. Once upon a time, I suggested to you, it's an example leading to what I'm about to say. Once upon a time, I suggested that you provide a map of illegal trash dumping. You did, and then we had a very good picture of the dimension of the problem, how bad it is, and it led into installing cameras there to reduce it, curb the problem, etc. Now, I would like to ask you to provide a map of traffic accidents so we can learn what to do about it. According to our police chief, we've had 5 fatalities on our roads in a year, which is horrible. The county has adopted Vision Zero, meaning 0 fatalities on our roads. The city has a responsibility towards public safety, and we need to uphold it and work towards that. I know you're putting the engineering staff together, and I assume once the traffic engineer comes, their main responsibility would be road safety. So please clarify what the vision is, what the roadmap is in terms of incorporating that, and the projects that you're talking about, and those small projects or big projects or traffic calming projects, how are they related into enhancing road safety?
Thank you, Councilmember Bana, and sorry that I can't see you in person today, but I hope that you are enjoying your time away. That's a great question. So the city does have a local road safety plan that was adopted by City Council before I got here in the summer of 2022. It does represent the city's traffic safety plan, and it does mirror, it's not a Vision Zero pledge, but it does mirror a lot of the policies that you can find in Vision Zero. Additionally, we have some other documents that kind of also speak, or other plans that kind of speak to the current concerns that you've raised. So we do have a bicycle and pedestrian action plan, which both of these documents can be found on Travel Safe Richmond, by the way, for the public wishing to take a look at those documents. So these do contain a lot of information about traffic safety and other types of ideas to make our roadways accessible to all users. And so hopefully that answers your question, Councilmember Bana, but if...
No, it does not. I'm sorry. It does not any of my question. My question is, how are you, is there a compass? Is there a guideline? I mean, I know there are documents and there are pledges and everything. Forget about them. In action, how are they being implemented? What percentage of the projects that are on the table are addressing road safety? Or what percentage of them actually are guided by that?
So we don't have an actual analysis on the percentage of projects that we have that are traffic safety, but one of the projects that I mentioned before, the Barrett Avenue road improvements, that was a project that was specifically mentioned in our local road safety plan. So that's one project that's being taken directly from that document and being put into action. The city did apply for an HSIP grant and received that, so that's going for that, going to contribute to that. We do have the 6th Street and McDonald project. That's a traffic signal update. That's also as a traffic safety project. So those are just a few examples. There are plenty of projects that do address those concerns.
Councilmember Bana, this is Daniel Chavarria. One thing is, if you go to attachment 2 of the staff report, you'll see in the column of the priority criteria that the City Council established on March 5th, right, of this year. You'll see it in the columns, I mean, related to what you're asking, not necessarily exactly what you're asking, but related to it is any column that says quality of life or health and safety is related to what you're looking for. We don't have the information, as Robert said, we don't have the information as you are asking it, but following the direction of City Council on March 5th, you can see some similarities with your question. And I mean, I cannot count and quickly and say the percentage, but
It's
it's
okay. My
high.
question is actually the position of traffic safety engineer or traffic engineer. Is that directly related to traffic safety, or what is the position of traffic engineer?
If I might interrupt, these projects were determined at the behest of the city council. And as being determined at the behest of the city council, they're all over the map. And I don't think that staff really has any purview to design a road. Well, you can design a roadmap for as advice for the city council to consider, but that hasn't been done. And the city council these are projects from the city council, and so whatever rhyme and reason in terms of safety or health or quality of life falls back on us.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I disagree. I think it takes a professional engineer, not the city council, to advise the city council about road safety and priority of the projects. So my point is to request that the Public Works incorporates the element of road safety with the goal of reducing road fatalities to zero in the city of Richmond. I think it's very important, and if you could allow, please, I would like to follow up with my questions to get to the point to understand how it works, and hopefully we can come up with an agreement that the Public Works establishes a position to consider road safety.
If I may, Mayor, Councilmember Bana, the intention of all of these projects and programs is to improve safety. That's part of our guiding principles with the adoption of health and all policies, is that every city staff person, we're all supposed to be in the business of improving life expectancy. So that's part of our core, if I may, please, that's part of our core values here in the city of Richmond. And so that is at the front of everything we do. All of these projects are being designed to improve public safety. None of them are being designed to increase negative outcomes or to reduce life expectancy. They're all designed and they're all funded primarily because we're a disadvantaged community and we are working to improve life expectancy, to improve the built environment, and so forth. So I respectfully, I think what you are requesting has been done and is probably, if we pulled the administrative record and went back to the actual grants that were applied for, you would see the applications actually probably in all cases convey that.
Dear City Manager, I do not appreciate shutting me off in this way, saying that none of these projects are intended to increase danger on the road. Of course they're not, but how are fatalities on the road, the locations are related to the projects that are considered by the Public Works in the future? As Councilmember Zepeda said, it's a time to plan for the future and apply for more grants for future plans. If the most number of accidents happen on Richmond Parkway and nothing has been done there, there's something wrong with the picture. There is something wrong with 5 fatalities in 1 year and not addressing it in any of the things that Public Works is doing. Public Works has no connection with the police department, as far as I understand. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope the Public Works clarifies it in terms of following up and improving things. I'm not expecting them to do it right now. I'm hoping that we can provide the guidance that this is what we expect from Public Works to get done in the future, to make public safety #1 goal. And traffic calming by itself does not make sense. What does traffic calming mean? The goal needs to be to reduce the number of accidents. And I don't see any data, any map where the accidents happen in the city of Richmond. The county has it. Does the city have it? Do they correspond with the projects that we have in hand and plan to implement? This is a very important issue, and I do not appreciate just saying in general, vaguely, that they care about safety. I know they care about safety, but I need specific information about how it's going to be done. Is it going to be the job of traffic engineer? Whose job is it to incorporate these elements?
May I add, Councilmember Bana, this is Daniel Chavarria, the Public Works Director. So as we mentioned before, one of the questions of Vice Mayor Jimenez, almost 100% of all our projects are designed by a consultant. And one of the requirements for consultants is that the license that consultant has to correspond to the type of services that they're providing. And so in this case, it's a license that they have to obtain with the state of California, the same thing that most of the engineers that work for you in the city of Richmond here and staff already have. Once we have a consultant on board, the consultant reviews, they incorporate all the current practices that include or improve the safety of pedestrian, bicyclists, and vehicles. All the modes of transportation, and they have to do it not because they have a great heart, but because that's a professional responsibility, and they do it, and they're being hired for that. And we are very, very lucky to be in the state of California, where the level of professionalism of all these consultants is really, really high. So in all these projects, they incorporate all the latest practices in the industry for traffic safety, and also staff, the project managers that, just going back to what the mayor mentioned, the staff that works as project managers, what staff does, among other things, is making sure that whatever solutions the consultants are providing are in line with all the plans that the city council has adopted for the city. So we always take into consideration everything that the city council has adopted and the best practices in the industry.
Mr. Chavarria, I'm a professional engineer. I know what you're talking about, but you're diverting the issue. Within the project they work on, they do follow safety rules, accepted. But my question is about how the projects are selected. That's
Councilmember Bana, this is Shasta, City Manager. Respectfully, staff have said numerous times in this meeting, and maybe I understand, but both of us are clearly not feeling well this evening. The staff have indicated that previous city councils have approved these projects. So if you want to, if I may please.
Can I? My question about the traffic engineer was never answered.
But Councilmember Bana, you're asking a question that we've articulated, that these projects were applied for state and local funding sources and federal funding, right? So we have to meet the grant deliverables. If the city council wants to say, after we complete these 84 projects, right, here's a new criteria that we want to utilize to apply for funds moving forward, we can certainly do that. But we've inherited this, just like we inherited the Housing Authority, we inherited this opportunity in Public Works and engineering, and we're trying to clean it up. That's what we're trying to do.
I understand. That is why I'm asking for a map of accidents in the future.
Yes,
When
it's
we're
in the local road safety plan. It's in there. We had Vice Mayor Jimenez and I were the representatives in getting presentations on the local road safety plan. They have identified maps. Maybe Daniel and Robert could give Councilmember Bana a presentation on the local road safety plan, because it identifies the hot spots that have had the most accidents. It's pretty thorough that way. I think what you're looking for will be found in that plan.
And once again, this is a CPI report on projects that were brought forward by the city council. The staff is only reporting on jobs that we asked them to do. What you're asking for, I think, is something that will be considered in the future if City Council directs staff to do so.
And I think
my suggestion is let's direct the staff to do so.
Thank you.
Council Bana, the traffic calming program has different criteria. A lot of these criteria are public safety. How many collisions intersection had, accidents and all of that. So it has been taken into consideration in the traffic safety program. But there are so many other projects here which are not part of that. Like for instance, improving the roof or adding bathrooms in the fire station. These are other things. So I think yes, they need to be some direction about public safety and traffic safety, but it's in one out of the 7 programs that the Public Works had. I don't know if I am clear with that or no.
Thank you. Are you finished, Councilmember Bana?
Yes, I would just like to recommend the Public Works to work closely with our police department and fire department for enhancing road safety in terms of the accidents and evacuation routes. And please bring a report at some time in the future about that collaboration. Thank you.
Noted. Councilmember Willis.
All right, yeah. Sorry, just gathering my thoughts here. Yes, Director Chavarria, Public Works staff, this definitely is the most extensive CUP project spreadsheet that I've seen since I've been on the council. I just actually question, then I'll go into some comments and wrap up from there. So I know this is us just discussing what we're going to be doing with our surplus unspent revenue and just allocating these to projects that have already had gaps in them. I guess my question just comes down to that we, as council members, we are going to get inquiries about different public works issues throughout the city. And I personally not comfortable telling people, no, we've already approved like a 5-year plan, maybe check in with me 5 years later. So, I mean, whenever it comes to like a new issue that has been unidentified up until today, but maybe identified later, like what is the capacity or what is the action that Public Works could take to address those community issues? And I'll pull up the examples like the folks on Esmond in the Belding Woods Garcia area who are concerned about the 18th Street corridor and the number of crashes that have happened there, and one of the businesses that allows cars to test drive down Esmond, which leads to speeding. I know they've come and asked for another traffic study to be done, but if there was another case like that to pop up anywhere in the city of Richmond, what would that process look like with these plans that have already been adopted?
That is another great question. I mean, the first one about how to communicate with the community it's something that we're still in progress. And this is another one. How we could have a process to bring CIP projects. The city council can bring the CIP projects ideally every budget season that can be incorporated in the 5-year CIP plan. And as you said, that sometimes doesn't mean that it's going to be at the end of the 5 years. It all depends on the opportunity. Sometimes you have projects that are scheduled at a specific time, and it's in the it's very close to the new area, and there's an opportunity there to leverage some funds to do some improvements, and all we need to do is just add a little bit more instead of a brand new project that will cost 2 or 3 times more. The CIP program is a living document, but that gets locked on a yearly basis, as the finance director mentioned. You approve the next year, right? And unless there's some special condition that gets a little bit adjusted in the process, but then the following year you get another opportunity to incorporate new projects. Okay. And of course, you have emergency projects like, just to give you an example, in District 4, that we have a Santa Rita Road stabilization, roadway stabilization project, right? That was not in the CIP, never before, but that took priority because it was a safety project, safety-related project, right? So that is something that the city had to utilize city funds that we're not planning to use for this project that we didn't anticipate, but it happened and it needed attention.
If I may, I think a shorter, more concise to the question is, in the last 2 years of the current CIP, that's where we'll currently have, it looks like we'll have capacity to add more projects. It doesn't mean that if the council directed us to do something in the interim, it would be an absolute no. But if you want to reduce the probability, right, that we would lose grant funds, we can add more projects in the last 2 years. Right now, that's what it looks like. And again, if the city council wants to prioritize staffing in public works over some of the other priorities that you have, you know, we can certainly take that under advisement as we move into the next fiscal year budget. But based on what current resources have been allocated, it would be towards the latter 2 years of the CIP.
Okay, and I guess a follow-up question to that is, because I know it is, after meeting with your staff a few times with residents, I know there's like a scientific and statewide checkbox you have to go through before recommending any type of project to deal with an issue area. In between that 5-year period, even if there isn't a project approved, does that, basically what I'm asking is there like miscellaneous money set aside to do traffic studies for potential projects that could get approved in the future, but, you know, just allowing studies to happen to see what those recommendations would look like? Let's just say I started in October of this year. We already approved our CIP, capital improvement 5-year plan, but I identified a new issue. So next year when that plan reopens, is there an interim process where there could be studies done on what needs to happen in specific areas of Richmond?
That's a great question, Councilmember Willis. I'm going to have Joseph answer your question about our different pots of money, if you will, that can be used to address those types of concerns.
Okay.
Good evening. So to clarify, what we do have is a traffic safety improvement, I guess you can call it a program. On slide 9, we referenced it. It was omitted. It was brought up on March 5th, and we clarified what that was. And that's that pot that you're referring to. But also keep in mind, I know that it doesn't look like it's functioning now to many, but the traffic calming program, once it is fully vetted and when we have that set up, that is a way annually to get certain things done. But you know, I know it's been stated many times, it's been 2 years, but I mean, it's really, for me, it's only been a year, just to clarify.
And I have my own personal comment and perspective on that too, that I'll get into.
Yeah, and furthermore, it was 6 months of cleaning up. And so we're here now. And a lot of the things everyone's talking about today is part of capital planning. We're working together with finance, with the city manager's office, with council to get that going. And these are all great ideas that will help us get to that point for future projects.
Okay. Yeah, no, and I just wanted to at least clarify because I want to just be assured that just because we already approved our 5-year plan in any given year, that the work doesn't stop and that the investigation and into new issues that come up doesn't stop, that there is like a process for that can inform the following budget year just so we know things are moving. The other, and now and then this will segue into my comments and then I'll wrap up. For the beta tested capital improvement dashboard that we have on our website, I know that's a great idea, and I remember when I met with you last year, that was one of the things you first said you wanted to roll out, and it's actually a reality, so it just shows that you were able to reach your goals and it's still being worked on. My only personal problem with it, and it's not anything against y'all, it's a good tool. My problem is that it's online and I'm trying to figure out go ahead.
No, definitely. So part of that is our administrative unit that we are transitioned to in Public Works. This is all our administrative staff that were kind of in isolated silos before, that we're putting under one roof and under the direction of Mr. Avinish Nadan over there, the gentleman with the laptop.
Nice to meet you.
Avinish is our senior accountant in Public Works and a great part of all these presentations, same as Joseph. So actually all right now the what do you call it? Gurus go to Joseph and Avinish. So what one of these staff members of the ministry unit is right now actually with IT we're working to have one single number for Public Works. The people is going to see online, or eventually everybody's going to know that number. They're going to call that number for anything related with Public Works. And a live person is going to, during business hours, is going to receive that phone call. And one of the questions could be, hey, what happened in my, I heard that you guys have a bunch of projects. What happens in my neighborhood? Well, where do you live? And that person will go in the computer, will check, and will describe exactly what you would need to hear in a phone call. So, you live here, you have 2 projects in your neighborhood. One says here there is a park improvement. Let me see, this is Wendell Park, and this is exactly what this dashboard says. The person doesn't have to go to Joseph to, what is it there? It goes there, same as anybody else. And it will tell somebody that information. Somebody emails, it will go to the same person or whoever is assigned at that moment, and that person will just go to the CIP dashboard and do the same thing that the other person or the same person did on the phone. So that would provide services to people that are not, or don't use laptops or cell phones, or they don't have that, well, they're not, they prefer to talk to a live person.
In multiple languages too, right,
Yeah.
Daniel?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, okay, yes. Consider it done.
So I guess that's a new thing to write down on your notes over there. Yeah, I wanted to, because I'm thinking about seniors in the community that don't necessarily have internet access, and even some of the more well-adept people over the years, though our website has improved, have complained about the difficulties of navigating our website. So I just wanted to be easy information to be dispensed out to people with as little headaches as possible, and making sure that seniors or those who are suffering from the digital divide have access. The other comments that I wanted to share is, and I know this is tedious. I mean, just looking at this, I'm just thinking about the labor that went into it to bring all this information into this form. One thing that, based on the discussion, that I think would be beneficial to have is at least the month and year that some of these projects got approved, because I know the ones that I have that are passion projects, but I know there's a lot that got approved when I wasn't here on the council too, and have still been sitting in limbo. As a matter of fact, the Carlson Boulevard improvement happened in 2016, and it still needs to happen. So, and even I know, like, I was working on an issue at Wendell Park with residents, and this is where my frustration comes in, where I'm not blaming any of the current staff for this, but there were a lot of promises made on that call and things that could happen in the short term, and nothing really happened. Like, there was no like security area or putting like an extra middle pole that was being suggested on the call. It just kind of fell flat. And transitioning into my other point, whenever the previous public works director left, it also just kind of left a huge gap on, well, damn, what about the things that I was talking about? Where's that at? That was just kind of a offline, oh, we got the budget to do it, so we could just do it. And now that's just kind of disappeared into the ether. So all that's to say is that I recognize that last year, actually, can you pull the recommended action on front of the council on the slides?
KCRT, can you kindly go to slide
And while they're doing that, I'll just wrap up.
27?
While they're doing that, I'll just wrap up my comments. I do remember when I met with you, Daniel, and other folks from Public Works, like starting in, I believe it was actually March of 2023, you let me know at that time that there's a lot of restructuring that is happening, that you're pretty much having to rebuild Public Works from the ground up, having just taken the job of October of 2022. And I know there were a bunch of administrative issues, like scheduling was all over the place. And even when I was talking to staff about different things about how they were feeling in the city, that was something that came up, that there was just kind of like directionless, that they're kind of going all over the place, and it was just kind of like show up and just get your assignment and walked out. There wasn't like a real planned step happening, and I know that was part of the rebuilding and restructuring that was happening when you got here. So that's something that I wanted to put into the conversation because it didn't get mentioned that much. It did start to get mentioned, but yeah, last year was pretty much a restart on the Public Works Department, a restart on how you did business, a restart on figuring out where all these projects were. And I don't want to completely put all the pressure of previous administrations on you because of how unstable the structure was, and then part of that instability happened during COVID where hardly anybody was coming to the office, so there was less accountability. And even within our own city managers, a lot of transition was happening from now. So now I feel like we're finally in this stable situation where we can actually build from something where we just had a little egg that hatched into a chicken, and we're just waiting for it to turn into a chicken now, but it's going to take some time to grow and reach its full maturity. So with all that being said, I did want to apply that context to the conversation because for me, that's just kind of what's been missing. Like, because we hit a hard reset last year, I know it's going to take some time to really just get the gears running, and I appreciate some of the things that have been done already. And I do believe that those accountabilities is needed just to make sure that we are hitting those same goals, because I don't want to be like what happened with me with that Wendell project and it just disappeared. So with that being said, KCRT, is the staff?
Call the question.
Yes. You were already reading my mind, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I would like to make a motion that we already received this presentation, so we adopt the resolution and appropriate $4,058,438 of unspent funds to the fiscal year 2022-2023.
I will second it. I do want to make one last comment, and I'll make it very quick. This point that I raised before about some sort of coordinator.
I'm sorry, we called the question, so.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Vote.
I'll speak later on that.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner?
Oh.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Council. And Councilmember McLaughlin, maybe we can check in during our next one-on-one? Okay, thank you.
Our next item?
Yes.
Our next item is item X1 under new business. This item was continued from the April 2nd meeting. And we are accepting public comment on this item. It's to adopt an urgency ordinance placing temporary 45-day moratorium on the issuance of any new permit, license, or other entitlement for any new tobacco retailer in the city of Richmond. And if you would like to make a comment on this item and you're joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members, Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. I'm joined online by Hector Rojas, our Planning Manager, as well as Eva Mand, our Code Enforcement Manager. So we're just here this evening requesting council approval of an urgency ordinance to adopt a 45-day moratorium on issuing new tobacco retailers licenses. As noted previously in our last presentation to the City Council, we've been receiving a lot of complaints about unpermitted operators as well as non-compliance of existing operators, and so it's a good time now to review our regulations around tobacco retailing, and so we're asking the council to adopt a temporary 45-day moratorium. We do anticipate coming back within those 45 days to extend under a public hearing and a notice that would be given for additional time to allow staff to work with the community members to come up with new regulations to present to the council for consideration. So we're happy to answer more specific questions that the council may have. We do have a larger presentation, but given one was already done, I've given a brief summary.
Yes, actually, before we have questions from council, I would like to have public comment, and I want to remind the public that if they spoke at the last council meeting, they may not speak now. But if you haven't spoken, you may have the floor.
It looks like we have 3 speakers online.
Okay.
Well,
I have one speaker. I have Oscar Garcia. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, Richmond resident. On behalf of the 23rd Street Merchants Association, I would like to express continued frustration with all of the issues we are having to manage in the 23rd Street corridor, from prostitution to unregulated smoke shops to not enough traffic enforcement. The merchants feel abandoned by the city. We need the city to address these issues and to make the 23rd Street corridor more of a priority. Recently, we have obtained responses from RPD, Councilmember Willis, and Lina Velasco, but continue to be ignored by Councilmember Jimenez. Our businesses are suffering and people feel unsafe due to the city's inaction. Specifically to the smoke shops, the city needs to do enforcement on the existing smoke shops as soon as possible. There are too many smoke shops creating unsafe conditions for our children, staff, and customers. When will this enforcement begin? Second point, it is our understanding that the city is collecting fees to do enforcement on tobacco businesses. Is the city planning to use these funds to hire permanent regulatory enforcement? And lastly, how does the city intend to update the community on how it conducts enforcement on existing smoke shops? The 23rd Street Merchants Association would like to request meetings with the city to get updates on this and other issues. So we look forward to the city addressing these serious issues in the 23rd Street corridor, and thank everyone that has been responsive until now. Please stop ignoring the 23rd Street corridor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before
there are no more public speakers.
That's the only speaker?
That's
okay.
it.
Well then, with the council members, most of us have had a chance to speak, so I would like to give the floor to council members who weren't here and did not have a chance to speak. Councilmember Willis and then McLaughlin.
In no way this is to end the discussion at all, but I just was going to move the 45-day urgency moratorium on tobacco retailers.
Okay.
I second that.
Yeah, so I wasn't here, but I was able to see and read the material and see the discussion. I think it's great. I know I had reached out to Lena earlier about some complaints that I had gotten that smoke shops are going up around the city, and now I understand that it's this business, this tobacco business license, and staff has to have the time to figure out next steps to regulate further, and this 45-day moratorium and perhaps an extension after that will give you that time. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, so I totally support this, and I'm ready to vote.
Does Councilmember Bono want to speak to this? She was
I
not
did
here.
not see her hand raised.
Okay. In that case, roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. Next item.
Our next item is to receive a presentation. It's item X3.
I think Lena, excuse me,
Mayor,
Lena.
Mayor, one moment, please. I asked the community
I'm
development.
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go, Lena.
Yes, so we just wanted to share, thank you for doing this. This will allow time for us to engage with residents to talk about proper review and permitting for these types of uses. But we will also be working, now that the moratorium's in place, on enforcement and review of existing smoke shops, including those that are permitted. We do also have a lot of renewals that are expired, and so we will be working on making sure that we follow up on those. And so just wanted to share that with the council.
Yeah, that brings up for me just some lack of clarity I had in reading the agenda report. So it says smoke shops are not allowed in the city, but then it says that smoke shops are in the city. So, and they were permitted. So was this like some sort of confusion on the part of how did that happen?
No, so to clarify, when the council readopted the ordinance or the zoning update in 2016, we eliminated a smoke shop as a permitted use. So basically, we still allow tobacco retailing as an accessory use to other retailing activities. So the standalone smoke shop that only focuses on that is no longer allowed. But we have noticed recently that there are some operators that exceed the 20% allowance of display area, as well as vending that's allowed under the tobacco retailer's license. So there may be some that are pre-existing that would predate the prohibition that occurred in 2016, but those have been documented under business licenses, and it would be required that they be in operation since then. So if any have lapsed or closed, they would not be allowed to reestablish.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item X2 is to receive a presentation from Government Performance and Policy and Analytical, Inc. on the management and performance audit of the Port of Richmond.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Nikki Mastay. I'm the Deputy City Manager. Tonight we are here to receive a presentation from GPP Analytics. This involves our port audit, and they were doing a management and performance audit of the Port of Richmond. By way of a little bit of background, GPP started under contract with the city in June of 2023. The goal of the audit was to evaluate the management, efficiency, and effectiveness of the port operations and services. The audit was a comprehensive review of operational and administrative functions, including but not limited to the use of public funds, compliance with regulatory requirements, internal controls, resource and staff management, technology, stakeholder responsiveness, lease management integrity, and financial practices. I will now turn it over to Julian and Mara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Julian Metcalf with GPP Analytics, and I'm joined by Dr. Mara Vibey from GPP Analytics as well. I'm curious, in the interest of time, what depth of presentation you would prefer given the hour. We had prepared something that would be about 10 or 15 minutes of discussion from us, but we can do a shorter or truncated version if you'd prefer.
We'd like the full report.
Okay,
yes.
Absolutely. And if you could please pull up the slides. Just for introduction, and we performed the audit using two different standards. One from the Institute of Internal Auditors, and then another from the federal government's Government and Accountability Office. These two standards are driven by evidence, and in these audits, it's important to mention that it's not based on hearsay. Everything we need needs to be documented. So there's a couple findings in here that relate to the absence of documentation. And so in these cases, there may not necessarily be a problem. There's just an absence of documentation to make a final conclusion about them. Could you go to the next slide, please? When in our scope, we were asked 21 different questions, which is a pretty broad scope. And in this chart here, you can see how we've traced them back to the different findings. And I'll speak to the 3 questions which did not make it to a finding. If you go to the next slide, please. The first question was about the port's current oversight structure. And really referencing back to my comment about evidence, in this case, the port, we did not see evidence that there was an objective problem with the oversight structure of the port. But we did want to mention, and mention in the report, that it's unusual that a general legislative body like yourself directly oversees a port. In all the comparisons that we looked at, be it a municipal port or a standalone port district, there's usually a dedicated port body or commission or some sub-body that's involved in overseeing them. Now, in the port districts, of course, they're a specialized local government, so in one sense, they're general to that body and to that local government, but really, this is one of the few cases we found where a city council is directly overseeing the port. That's not necessarily a problem if you have the capacity to hear all of the information. Now, if the port does have more business that they bring before you, it may not be feasible, and it's something you may want to consider in the future is considering another form of oversight. Next slide, please. There was a question about, can the port take legal actions against the delinquent tenants to recover lost revenue? We reviewed all of the lease agreements, and we believe that they all have various levels of recourse for some form of pursuing the delinquencies. Now, this becomes a question for the city attorney about each circumstance, if that particular circumstance has merit for pursuit. But if you look at some of our other findings, we believe that increasing the staff's capacity would allow them, before it becomes a problem, to pursue the billing and prevent delinquencies in the first place. So this issue is not addressed in a finding, but in many ways it's tangentially related. Next slide, please. And then conflicts of interest. This is something we dedicated a fair amount of time to and a careful review. We did not find any documentation to support conflicts of interest between city employees and or current or former port contractors. We did have a finding at the end of the report that you'll note about use of personal email addresses. And there's always a case that there's information. We are not a law enforcement agency. We do not have access to court orders that could give us access to email records and to bank accounts. There's, of course, always a risk of conflicts of interest, but we, in our course of the audit, did not see any documentation or evidence to suggest that was occurring. Next slide, please. And I'll just go, next slide, please. We'll just dive into these. The first finding we have here is on the port strategic plan, or lack thereof. As you might be aware, the port does not have a current strategic plan. One was brought before the City Council in 2007, but it was not formally adopted. And as was mentioned actually earlier this evening in other matters, the lack of a plan affects the ability to successfully win grants. In this case, there is a lot of port-related grant money available at this time. And while none of them explicitly say you need to have a strategic plan, they all require some amount of planning and comprehensive consideration that would come from a strategic plan in the first place. So we believe that it would be important for the City Council to give guidance first to the port to develop a strategic plan. And after speaking with the port, they would note that they would like to work with a consultant to help the staff guide this, of course, and get some outside input. But coming back to you to then formally adopt a strategic plan would be critical. And this would allow the staff to have more direction about making leases. And longer term leases are generally better so that the tenants can invest. And this would allow for a plan so they could make those decisions and approve the appropriate leases. And of course, the grant funding that would be available in the near term would benefit from this as well.
Respectfully, I've given that direction to Charles several months ago when he was hired. Thank you.
Yeah, but a formally adopted plan would be help that, and coming from the council. Next slide, please. And this is also just the lack of strategic planning leads then to the lack of procedures and policies that the port has adopted. The city administrative policies require that all departments have policies and procedures specific to their operations. In this case, the port lacks critical documentation about its procedures, and it lacks a succession plan, which unfortunately has become evident in recent years with the passing of the prior port director. And then staff who had left. And it sounds very similar to other situations we've heard about earlier this evening, but the excuse me, it's getting late. The loss of institutional knowledge that occurs when these transitions happen. So building in strategic planning and succession planning would be critical. Next slide, please. When we look at the assets that the port manages, there's been considerable deferred maintenance, and there's many issues behind this. The port used to employ a maintenance manager. At some point, that position was not filled when it was vacated, and it's our understanding that the port has started to rely on public works for most of its day-to-day maintenance and for its larger, not all, but many of its larger capital improvements that it was pursuing. And they, the Department of Public Works was not able to track this. And so that left a situation where the port, as an enterprise fund, was not in a position to then repay the general fund for the services from the Department of Public Works. And it also meant, as we've heard earlier this evening, that the Department of Public Works is understaffed and they were not able to prioritize the port as they reported to us. So we recommend that the City Council appropriate funds to hire a maintenance manager for the port and also direct the all cost increases related to that to be structured into future fees and tariffs and lease rates for the port, because of course bringing on new positions comes at a cost. And then at the same time, if the Department of Public Works is going to be supporting the port, to develop an agreement so that there can be appropriate billing and charges back to the general fund. And then later, after the strategic plan would be adopted, perform a condition facility assessment of all the ports so that any future capital planning can be built off of priorities that both align with the strategic plan, but then also align with the condition facility assessment needs. Next slide, please. In finding 4, we saw a divergence between costs and revenues that were brought in. And in one hand, it's good that the port has been able to reduce its costs, but it also suggests that there's been a lack of investment in both the personnel and the facilities there. And we recommend that the port bring on a finance manager, which is also a prior position that used to exist within the port. This position would be helpful for their own financial planning so that they can look ahead and see these changes occurring, make grant applications and grant management much easier. If you were not aware, actually reporting for grants can be quite cumbersome, and having the staff available to do that with the financial expertise would be critical. This would also reduce some of the burden on existing staff so they could pursue other areas that we mentioned in this audit report. Next slide, please. Finding 5 looks at the lease solicitation, selection, and vetting process. And this is kind of a subset of that second finding about a lack of procedures. But in this case, there's a lack of port-specific procedures related to how it solicits, selects, and vets tenants for port properties. And this is a little bit different than hiring a construction contractor and those types of vendors. And there are unique processes around it and unique considerations. It is difficult to fill some of these port properties. And having port-specific procedures around this would add some clarity so that there's some transparency and accountability in the process. And then finally, I'll mention, and this may be another question ultimately for the city attorney, but determining the nature of the surplus property authority, which is on several of the lease agreements. It's our understanding that this is a defunct organization that's no longer maintained within the city, but since it's on legal documents, we see it as a potential risk. Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Go back to the prior one. I apologize. And finding 6 focuses on the lease volume agreement verification documentation. So in this, and there are leases and different charges that relate to volume of, say, cargo, vehicles, and whatnot that are brought in through different tenants and users of the port. We did not see documentation related to this suggesting that the port was actively verifying the amount of cargo that was brought in that were directly tied to the revenue and the charges. We recommend that they develop a process to do this. We think that the positions recommended in finding 3 and finding 4 would alleviate some of the staffing burden on the current staff and allow them to perform this function. Next slide, please. Would you like to talk about this? Okay. Finding 7, the environmental compliance and lease monitoring. This is another area where the port and the city is essentially responsible for what happens at the end of the day. Now, all of the leases have language in them that say the tenant must maintain certain environmental compliance, but if the tenant fails to do so, there is a liability that rests with the city, according to the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission and our conversations with them. So we would recommend that a environmental compliance and lease monitoring policy and procedure be developed, and that this could be something that the port staff would do with their newfound capacity from the added staff. Next slide, please. Finding 8, security at the port. This relates to the complicated environment that the port lives in. There's multiple public use access to the port. People are able to travel across most of the property. This is not common in all ports. Not all ports have so much accessibility, and there's a heightened security need because of it. Now, part of the security problem may relate to the vacant properties. And all these findings are interrelated in the sense that filling those properties that are vacant quickly would, of course, help solve this problem and having tenants in them. But in the absence of being able to do that, and there will be times when there are vacant properties, establishing procedures related to security and surveillance systems and alarms and secure fencing related to those vacant properties, so that when they do become vacant, that there is some infrastructure and some program in place to help maintain security of the port facilities. Next slide, please. Finding 9 relates to a former debt of the port to the general fund. And this is something that was first brought up in a 2011 audit of the port, where they noted that there was a lack of documentation substantiating the debt between the port and the general fund. Throughout the audit, we asked for copies of this documentation that may show what the money was actually spent on. There is prior council action reaffirming the debt, but there is not origination documentation about what the loan was for. We heard a lot of anecdotal comments about what it may be for. It may be from the 70s or 80s, but nothing specific and no documents showing what the money was used for and spent on. Just prior to this meeting, we were informed by city staff that there may be some documents that they hadn't considered looking at in the city's safe, and that they will look at this. If that's the case, and they can present it to us, we will gladly review it and provide a very short memo with our opinion on it if that's requested. Next slide, please. And then finally, as we mentioned, we noticed multiple cases where there were personal emails used to conduct seemingly city business. And we first identified this from printouts in some of the physical documents that we reviewed in the port's archives. And again, we don't know the full extent of that. These are printouts of emails, and they may not necessarily have been city business, but they appeared to be so. And so we recommend, and then with that as well, the administrative manual is a bit vague in this area. So we recommend clarifying it so that it's crystal clear what staff in the city should or shouldn't use their emails for. And then disseminate that and communicate that to all staff, of course. All right, next slide, please. All right. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. This is something that the council has been waiting for a long, long time. When I was elected mayor, one of my primary objectives was to revitalize the port. I call it Reviving Rosie, because I want the port to go back to the glory days when we were a major shipbuilding port. We need to diversify our economy, and I see the port as the place where we can do that. I want to develop a maritime economy, and I want to develop workforce projects that will bring women and youth to maritime jobs focused at the port. So this is the first step to get there. I really appreciate the recommendations that you made, and I also appreciate the fact that it's all fact-based, that it's based on documents, because there's so much innuendo and speculations around what has created the situation that we're in. When I was first elected to city council, I took an interest in the port, and I developed a relationship with Jim Basorkas, who was the port director, so that I could learn about the port. In my years with relating to Jim, I learned a lot, but I also didn't learn a lot, and a lot of what I didn't learn seems to be contained in your report, so I appreciate that. So if there's any questions, okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Can we have the opportunity just to address some of the findings by staff prior to Q&A, because I think it might clarify a few items.
Yeah, Mayor, the staff have a component of the presentation as well.
That's part of the presentation?
Yeah, yes, staff have agendas.
I will accept that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because the staff report, usually when we have an audit, right, it includes staff and the consultant.
Okay, that was
Thank you.
not written into the language, but I will accept it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we did submit some documentation that's included in the council agenda, and I'm sorry, Charles Gerard, Port Director. So let me start with just a few of the items, and then I'll hand it over to Andrea and Lizette and Rita to help out. So I think I'll just go through numerically, and I've got the first few probably on my plate. Port strategic plan. So since coming on board with the city and the port, we know we need to undertake a port strategic plan, as it was positioned with me and my thinking as well, is we wanted to get through this audit report as a stepping stone to undertake a more comprehensive strategic plan. I am providing some feedback to management on my perception of the priorities and things we need to undertake, but that's the official, the more formal strategic planning will take place upon acceptance of this report.
Excuse me, before you carry on, do you have this written down so the council can
We submitted comments to the audit, and our comments were included with the council packet.
What page are they on?
I'm not sure offhand.
I can tell you in a moment.
Attachment A.
Attachment A, okay.
I believe
thank
after page 48.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So finding two, port procedures. My comment there would be we don't have specific port procedures written down for the port. I don't think that's object to the concept of doing that. But as we are a matrix organization, we work with the city and different city departments. We are using city policies and procedures in our procedures. So as we lease properties, we're working with procurement through their lease processes. As we do financial reporting, we're working with the accounting department and following their procedures and processes. On finding three, maintenance and deferred maintenance and in relation to maintenance staff, again, I think within our ideal organization, there is room for a maintenance manager. There are more significant infrastructure considerations that go outside the bounds of just maintenance, routine maintenance and maintenance management. But I in particular wanted to clarify the point with Public Works. So since I've come on, we have received help from Public Works, and there's a mechanism for us to transfer funds internally from one budget item to another. And I understand that that's a practice that was used prior to my arrival at the port, that we would, if we were using Public Works resources, we would fund that through an internal transfer to the general fund coming out of the port fund. Do you want to discuss the financial management comment? Okay.
Hello again, Andrea Miller, Director of Finance, and I wanted to speak to finding number 5 on the lease solicitation and the vetting process and how finance staff works closely with the port staff to support them. We did provide to GPP Analytics our city's policies and procedures on vetting and requests for proposals and our transparent procurement policies and procedures. So we did provide that and provide responses to address those findings in the audit. In addition, on finding for the finance staff and financial monitoring, the port is a component unit of the city, and as such, we do they do adhere to quarterly financial reporting as well as the annual adopted budget process for both operating and capital. And again, we worked really closely with the auditors and provided responses to their findings. With that, I'll turn it over to Lizette.
Hi, good evening. Lizette Zepeda, Senior Business Assistance Officer. I also wanted to address that in finding 3, we have acquired a port engineer. Robert Stevens was interviewed as part of the audit report. And there has been a significant amount of CIP projects that have moved forward along with his role with the port. So I just wanted to address that individually the port has acquired a port engineer as far as finding number 3 goes. Thank you.
Good evening, Rita Martinez, Senior Accountant from the Finance Department. Just to address the finding number 9 on the debt to general fund, we provided as much documentation as we were able to find, as the auditors had said that this item was from a long time ago, so it has been a challenge to bring up documentation to support the amount that was stated on the loan. So we are aware that there could be some original documentation in the city staff, as said earlier, and that'll be the first thing tomorrow morning, and then I will hand it over to the auditors to provide additional information.
Mayor Martinez, Council, thank you very much for letting us comment. We're available for the Q&A as well to actively participate as needed. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jimenez.
There's one public.
Oh,
But,
I'm sorry. Let's do public comment.
We have one in-person speaker, and that's Jamin Purcell.
There we go. So there still seems to not have, it seems like I still don't feel like I have clarity after the report. I would like to actually know more, and I know that these are really old records. I know that there are deals that have been done in the port, and similar to what we had seen with the Craneway, we have parts of the port that seem to have obscurity of what the actual agreement with the city is and what the benefit is that it's providing to the city. And so I do hope that as we're continuing with this process and getting this report and hearing from hopefully more from staff and pulling things out of apparently a vault, like that we actually get some clarity, because we have one of the few ports within the state of California that can be utilized for industrial and commercial needs. As a person who uses importing, I find it very annoying that I have to get it out of Oakland rather than in my home city when we have the capacity, or we could have potentially have the capacity. So I really do want to commend the council for pushing forward to trying to get clarity about this, and we really do need to have as much information as possible and have it available to the city residents so that we can have more faith in what is going on. We do feel like there is not a a strong ability to be able to develop it right now, and we want to have a future where Richmond has one of the most successful ports in the state of California. So I'm hoping that we will get that clarity. Thank you.
Okay, we have two speakers online.
Okay, we have Jim Hansen and Eli Moore. Jim Hansen, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. Mayor and Council, I just want to thank you for hiring this firm to provide some guidance on what's really been a neglected asset for the city for a long time. I have personal experience with the way things were run. When back in 2020, there was negotiations going on in closed session for Terminal 3, the large parcel across from the Craneway. And there were three partners, Eddie Orton, Bobby Winston, and I guess Tom Larker were the three partners. They had company names. And so I did show up. And the very thing that this report is talking about, which is procedures for competitive bids, were not even going on. And out of that, a 66-year lease on Terminal 3 was passed by that council leadership at that time. So this is such an important asset to the city looking forward. And I really appreciate that this council's taken a 180-degree turn from what we saw in the past to start to apply some real planning, some transparency and procedures to make a fair business to move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eli Moore. Eli, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Hello, council, city, mayor. One of the mysteries in Richmond to me has always been that we have so many assets, the port, the refinery, the shoreline, right here in the Bay Area, all this business around, and yet it's so hard to fund the level of services that the community needs and deserves. And I say that because I think that's context for what we're seeing at the port, and the fact that there was what sounds like some pretty shady deals going on behind closed doors, long-term leases, not tracking revenue, not keeping all the books on the revenue, starts to explain why we could be such a broke community next to such valuable assets to me. And I think especially what the mayor said as far as the port being really important in this particular moment as the economy needs to transition to new energy sources, new transportation systems. And we have no strategic plan. We have all these problems with how the port's been managed. And it definitely raises questions about who was running this port and who was supervising them. But looking forward, I'm really grateful, like others have said, that the council has exposed this, that the consultants did really thorough work, that the staff are taking it seriously, and hopefully the new strategic plan at the port will really allow for a pivot towards a much more principled and intentional management. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
All right, then Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Julian, and your team for doing that. And I just wanted to thank also Councilmember McLaughlin for co-sponsor this item with me. We brought it because we know that we needed to know what the issues were so we can move forward. And thank you. You have been this is one of the best reports that I had seen with consultants, because sometimes we have some that doesn't really do what we are expecting. And I think I thank you because you had done the real work and it's showing in this report. I wanted to start with saying that the port is really key, and we needed this to start planning. We needed this to know what are the issues that we have, and then how we are going to provide direction to the council. And I think like this report, and I hope that we apply and accept all these recommendations, but not only accept this recommendation, but also direct staff to implement all these recommendations, because this is the way that we are going to make changes, especially because the port is an asset that is going to provide revenue for the city. And if we make the changes that are this report is telling us to do. So I want to first to start with just bringing the attention, and it's kind of like interesting how you present and then all the staff came out. I don't know if you worked together, but it seems that there are some more communication that needs to be done, because if not, we didn't have to have all this staff here to say, oh, by the way, the port strategic planning is working. We are trying to do A, B, C, and D. But I have some. So I want to drop everyone's attention to page 30 in the report, and the leases agreement and the supporting documentation, because my questions
Excuse me, could KCRT show page 30 so that the public can see what we're talking about?
Page 30 in the report. And this is the leases, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 leases that were approved without a good vetting process, and without the documentation. So I heard the finance director saying we are working.
Pardon me, not the slide presentation, but the actual report, page 30. Do you have that?
So I will continue. Like, is this?
Mayor, it may take KCRT a moment to go to eScribe and pull up the item, because I don't know that the consultant emailed the report in its, or finance staff emailed the report in its entirety. So.
But
it's attachment 1.
Yeah, it's attachment 1.
No, I understand that. That's an eScribe. Right? And so I'm just saying they may need a moment to pull it up, because they just have the PowerPoint from the consultant.
Okay.
So if you could please give them a moment. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
And so I heard that, like, we are following the revenues, but for instance, like, I had this question. Like, one is this a system-wide issue where the port is not monitoring the terms of the leases with the city tenants? And I say that, for instance, because I know that Terminal 4 was given without an RFP, right? Then in the lease agreement says, and also, like, is the Terminal 4 is not with our RFP, 37 acres with lease for $6,860, but in the contract, or in the lease agreement, it says that 40% of the proceeds will be shared with the city. So my question is, how much are we had gotten since the agreement, since the agreement was signed for this lease? Yes. And this list was signed, like, can you just tell us when it was signed and how much the city had generated?
Yes, so Charles Gerard, Port Director, again, Vice Mayor Jimenez. We have not collected against the 40%, and to clarify, the 40% payment is based on a net revenue calculation as written in the lease. We are pursuing clarity on the interpretation of that agreement and the 40% in collaboration with the City Attorney's Office.
And when
And I can say that the issue has come up. We've met with Mr. Winston. We've gone back and looked at the records of payments back to the port. There's some, Mr. Winston is retained legal counsel, and so there's a discussion, dispute going on as to how that is accounted. So that is an active some of these matters have not been looked into. This one we are pursuing at this point.
And the lawyers or the attorney for that is Daniel Butt?
Correct.
It's Daniel Butt. Okay. So we don't know, we haven't. So it seems that it's a systemic issue of really lack of monitoring. So thank you for doing it. And this is just, I just want to point it out that we have a specific examples here. Mm-hmm. So it's not coming here and say like we are monitoring when there is no monitoring. Like we are starting, and I'm glad that we are here because we need that. But there are specific examples where we get in these type of issues because the lack of overseeing and the lack of staffing and all of the issues that you mentioned. And I wanted to also mention that this is how we ended up with litigation, like Rieger's Law. Rieger's Law hasn't paid the city for several years before COVID. And we, is another one that is here, right? Rieger laws, that it was signed without some of the proper documentation. Again, Daniel Butt is the lawyer, right? So there is like all these issues with these things because we haven't have the documentation, and I'm really glad that we are looking at these so we can make sure that we follow procedures, we follow all the things that we need to do and be transparent. So I think like I am just really glad that this report is revealing all these issues that we have. And it's not kind of like pointing fingers, but it's just to realize that we need to have better oversight, and we need to take care of the port as an asset and not giving away to people to make money. So that is one of my questions. One question for you is like you talk about we are doing the strategic plan. Can you give me a timeline for that? When it's coming to the city council?
Well, we'll finish this report. We'll put out an RFP to find a consulting group that will work with us on a strategic plan. Most other public ports that we've been asking this question, it takes about a year to do a comprehensive strategic plan. So I anticipate by the end of Q2 next year, if not sooner, but we'll be proceeding with the RFP process and evaluating potential consultants in the coming months.
And incorporating, if I may, through the mayor, the recommendations as part of the work that we've been doing with Bloomberg. So that will also be concluding, and that will be key information that will be incorporated into the RFP and brought to the City Council for consideration. And if I just may, I feel like the port is essentially like RHA 2.0 or Public Works 2.0. I've been working my way through the list of opportunities here. And so I do think it's very important to acknowledge that our city staff, who were all new to the port, I think for the administrative record, it's important to note that they were not involved in any of much as what has been discussed this evening, and they've done an outstanding job. Charles and Lizette, Rita, Andrea, Nikki, Nanette, Robert Stevens, of really trying to, and Shawnee and Lilia, of putting together the administrative
Actually,
record.
I would like to correct that. Robert Stevens was here during that time, so he can't be included in this list of people who have not been part of.
He's in charge of, Mayor, he's in charge of capital projects and he reports to staff. But overall, the point that I was trying to make is that staff have been really working hard to clear up all of these issues, and it's an ongoing opportunity, just like it was with RHA, just like it was with Public Works, and the port is no different.
Yeah.
Right, but I was just pointing out that Robert Stevens does have a historical memory. He was part of a lot of what happened in the years that you considered. So I don't know if you've had interviews with him, but I think that would be good to do if you haven't.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Okay, so I had 3 more questions, and I will give the floor. So one thing is in funding for, and your recommendation, how important is that a finance person is dedicated solely to the port versus the port and other departments? 2 or more.
In our opinion, I think having a full FTE may be helpful given the amount of need that the port has, and that the finance position, as we read the job description, is relatively versatile within that finance world, and there's a lot of duties we believe they could take off the plate of other staff and then allow existing staff to do more with their time by taking things like billing off. There may be a way of slicing it where they could support another department if there's a cost-saving measure there, but I would assume near a full FTE would be useful.
Okay, thank you. The other question is about your funding about Public Works and doing some of the maintenance and not being able to like show how they charge. But then I hear the finance director saying that they have a way to do it. So how is that you didn't see it in your audit, and now I am, like, what happened there?
I guess we're talking about 2 different things, actually.
Okay.
In the audit report, we're talking about the Public Works staff time. So if they're project managing a project for the port, or they're sending out any staff that needs supervision or any staff time, that's not necessarily, according to the Department of Public Works, being tracked or trackable, and they were not able to provide any information about the amount of time their staff spent supporting the port. But I believe what Charles was referencing is utilizing contracts that the Department of Public Works has for existing vendors and essentially piggybacking off of them so that they could charge back by sharing vendors, which is a great thing to do, of course, in this case, to be more efficient.
Okay, so what are the, like, so you did a review of all of these things. What are the things that you, and based on your experience with other ports, what are the things that you see that were really a red flag for us to just really look at it?
Well, I mean, we put it first because it's very big picture, is the strategic plan. And I do think getting direction from council is helpful, from whatever body that oversees them, and giving its explicit instructions. I know it's difficult as multiple perspectives to have a unified voice, but I think telling staff what they need to do and having them do it, and I know it sounds simple, and I'm not trying to talk down to anyone whatsoever, but just that clarity of action allows staff to then implement. And I think that's what a lot of organizations generally lack. So it's not a Richmond problem, it's an organization problem across the world.
Can I ask a question? Are you familiar that we're a council manager form of governance? So
Yes.
that means if I direct Charles to do something, he's supposed to do it?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
but-
because I feel like that's like really important in the organizational chart, and especially like since I'm in charge of managing the staff, like if I ask staff to do something, we want the city council to also give us policy direction, but my expectation is if I ask staff to do something, that they should do it. We don't have to just wait for the council to like pass a policy, but we have to implement what we know is to be the most effective way to administer a department, and we've said that that includes a strategic plan.
If I might, it is the responsibility of the council to direct
No, I
staff.
agree. I agree to provide
So-
policy direction.
Right, so we will provide direction.
And you raise a good point, and I'm not suggesting that your role is not critical in this. This came up really because we had questions about wind power, should the port be doing this, or what tenants would be appropriate? And those, to me, seem like policy questions that a strategic plan would give some boundaries to and some direction on. Because that influences how staff then goes out to recruit and solicit these potential tenants and build these relationships, and it trickles down from that initial seed.
And it also helps with accountability, I believe. So my last question is, you mentioned the surplus, or is like surplus authority. There is kind of like, we have, is this financial involvements, arrangements that we have, or how that, and maybe also like why we had that, and I know that that might be some questions for the city attorney as well, but I just want in the part of the finance part, what are the arrangements there?
Well, I think it's a legacy structure that's been disbanded at some point, but then it still exists on recent updated lease agreements. And it struck us as a potential risk to be having these entities which are not necessarily maintained as written on the lease agreement. And I'm sure the city attorney could speak to it with far more eloquency than I can.
Before the city attorney speaks, it's time for us to extend the meeting.
I move that we extend the meeting until we finish this item.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion to extend the meeting and a second by Cepeda. Roll call.
Councilmember Urbana,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Can we keep it 10 minutes? Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So I stopped that. I will have more, but I will pass around.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes. Oops. Yes. First of all, thank you for the report. It's great, and thank you. I'm very glad that we're going to be moving forward with a strategic plan. I know we had discussed it before. I heard the city manager talk about wanting to have it, and it's going to happen. So thank you for making that as one of your recommendations as well. You started out by saying, most ports are a little different. Were you talking about like a port authority in terms of having an independent entity that works with the city? Is that what you were referring to?
Just the oversight structure. There's a lot of different oversight structures that exist, but most of them have a more port-specific body that directly oversees them. Some of them may be appointed. They may be an authority. It's just unusual that it's directly through a general legislative body like the City Council.
Right, yeah. So I always knew that was different with our port. It was, more incorporated into the city rather than involved with the city, but having its own oversight body, maybe appointed by the mayor or whatever. But, and I don't know whether our port would benefit from moving in such a direction. I do want to, before you maybe could answer whether you think it might be something to consider, I want to share a little bit of background, and this actually goes back to before I was on the council, but I heard all about it. And maybe it happened in the 90s or 80s or something, but there was an attempt to try and turn the port into a container port, and some major equipment, you know, I don't know, container cranes were purchased, and they were recently, maybe in, you know, the last 3, 4, 5 years, removed. But it was a very poor expense that council of that period authorized, because they apparently, we are a deep water port, but we don't have enough space on the land, on the shore, to be a container port, to take them off and, you know, whatever type of management of the land in terms of moving goods is needed. My understanding was that there wasn't enough space for that. So those particular large equipment purchases were a big waste. And I don't know if some of the past loans had to do with that. So I just wanted to share that. But in terms of, you know, we're rethinking the whole process. We're, you know, going to do a strategic plan, looking at management, looking at finances. Is there any advantage, or is it too complicated to shift into something that had its own entity interacting with the city rather than, you know, a part of the city?
Yeah, I think that depends on in my opinion, the capacity of the city council. And really, if the port, it does grow in activity, it may become burdensome to have that many more items heard by the city council. And there's an advantage. But at the same time, there's an advantage to having direct involvement. So it's a very subjective thing, and that's why we didn't have a finding about it, because we didn't feel that there was an objective answer to that, and it's very circumstantial.
Would the strategic plan perhaps explore that? Would that be something that could be explored through the strategic plan?
Mayor, if I may, given the amount of debt that we're trying to, similar to RHA, right, where we have this significant outstanding balance, I would be reluctant to like say the city council shouldn't be involved because of the fiscal impact to the city. And so what I would suggest that the city may want to consider, obviously we don't need to make a decision tonight, is maybe you have 1 or 2 people, just like we do for RHA, that the mayor or you all would appoint, and that would be how to potentially deal with this issue. I personally, at this juncture, we're in a state audit, and to be financially prudent, the maintaining the power with the city council, I think, is helpful for that financial oversight.
Okay, so I'm not sure how these port authorities work. I guess I thought they would report to the city council, but or maybe they.
Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're like a separate body entirely. And so since we're a smaller city, and this is a significant fiscal impact, I would like to continue to have the council involved.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, that's all for my comments.
Before I give the floor to Councilmember Cepeda, I would like to say that I've always found that an organization, a committee, is only as good as the members. And obviously, we have not had, hard to say, members who have been that wedded to details. And that's why we end up with a lot of undocumented procedures. And I would say that it's not only with the port, but it's also with other departments in the city. We're lucky to have a city manager who is intent on straightening up all these empty holes that past administrations have left us. And I, as mayor, want to focus on the port to make sure that the port becomes a model for the city to show how we can go from chaos to order, to something that we can all be proud of. So, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good almost morning here. Thank you for your time. I'll try to make my questions fast here. This might be for staff. How quickly could we put some of these recommendations into place, especially the hiring of the individuals?
Councilmember Zepeda, thank you for the question. We're starting that transition now. So as you know, Lizette has been working within the economic development, supporting the port. And then when I came on in October of last year, has been assisting me. So we're making a transition where Lizette will join full-time. So that will give me one resource. We have an assistant that's working in economic development that will also allocate more time to the port. And within the budget we submitted, we put in a request for an additional headcount. That headcount would be essentially a project manager / maintenance manager type role.
Thank you. And Charles, one more question, and then I'll ask you guys a question here as well. As I mentioned earlier, there's billions of dollars in the infrastructure bill, and a lot of that money is going to ports. Have we started looking into that? Are we hiring more people so that we can get more of that money and really put some of these great recommendations into place?
Yes, sir. So we have, we're working on 2 grant applications now. One is through Department of Transportation. It's the Port Infrastructure Development Plan, PIDP, and the other is the $3 billion EPA grant. So we're working with a third party to help us. That's another area where we have a need, which is essentially to build a grant pipeline, which we don't have today. But we need to do that work more consistently and get access to that funding.
And one of those was approved by the council to apply for recently?
Tonight you approved
it's on
pursuit of the EPA.
Yeah, it's V3A.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now over to the report. Our city is a historic city, and a lot of the port buildings, if not all of them, are historic. I know that the auto warehousing building has had some challenges because of the glass. So wondering if you found anything in there, or if you have any recommendations on what we can do with some of these historic buildings. There was some conversation before about whether every building needs to be historic. Can we convert it to something else? Can we upgrade them without having to keep the single pane windows, for example?
Do you want to take that, or do you want me to answer? I would think that would be part of the strategic plan, and we would ask our community development director to work with a historic preservation person to help answer that question.
Okay, perfect. And if you have any other recommendations from any other ports as well, if they have similar challenges, anything that you can guide us on?
No, I think having that historical preservation expertise involved is critical, unavoidable. Maybe you do have these historic buildings to contend with, but also get to preserve.
Thank you. And another challenge that we have as well with our ports, they were underutilized for a long time, and then the use around it has changed. We see a lot of more residential that has been built. A lot of our ports have residential. So can you tell us about some of that? I didn't necessarily see something in the report, and I'm not sure if you were looking at that or not, but how does that become a challenge that we can work with because of the residential that's now taking over a lot of the ports?
Yeah.
If I may, we seem to be getting a lot of questions that would be answered in the strategic plan. You were not hired to do the strategic plan. You were hired to evaluate the management, so if I might, since we're so late, I would like the questions to remain to the report as opposed to reaching out for strategic plan type questions.
Okay, that's right. I'll put my question out to Shasta later on. From all the leases that you saw there, are those, in your experience, the best leases you've seen around? Do we have opportunities for more leases?
That's a hard thing to truly answer because the use of those spaces are so unique. And one of the things we weren't able to look at because this documentation wasn't retained was what were some of the alternatives that were considered in some of these cases. So we didn't get a good picture of everything that had historically been on the table. So it's difficult to say if those were the best uses, and it would still be a subjective, potentially policy-oriented question to answer. And so it does come back to the strategic plan.
Okay. We're gonna have to go strategic plan. Thank you so much. Oh, one other.
Mention that port property is industrial waterfront, so I did mention the Seaport Plan that just got passed in 2023. So that really does overlay to those standard pieces that are existing in state compliancy, federal compliancy that we comply with just in general. So I think that's pretty relevant to your question, Council Member.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
All right, so do we have any other questions? If not, okay, Vice. Oh.
If I may.
Who was that? Who was that? Oh, there you are. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions. For the port director, I wonder if there are any additional comments or suggestions. And for you, Mr. Mayor and City Manager, who have been attending the Bloomberg sessions, I heard a great deal about it, but will we at some point in the future hear more specifics about it and the strategic plan for the port? Those are my two main questions.
So if the, I'll go first and talk about the Bloomberg session. This Bloomberg Harvard initiative is basically to develop leadership. That is the focus of the project. So I can say that I feel that the team that we've developed has actually grown in our capacity to lead, and that's one of the reasons why we're here today. I chose the port as the focus, but the focus is basically the tool that we use to develop our leadership. But the product is also important, and you will hear about it when we finish the project. We have reached out to various to tenants, to business people, to community members, and we will continue to reach out to find out how other people see the port, which will inform our ability to develop a strategic plan that works for all of the community. So keep your eyes open and your ears ready to listen to the report when we finish the project of the Bloomberg project.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. And thank you, Councilmember Bana, for the question. Just to complement what the mayor said, we seem to really be rolling up our sleeves right now with the Bloomberg training in the program. So it's a very engaging and it's fun. And it's a bit of work as well, which is okay. But also, just to clarify, that program runs to July, and I'm not sure if it's the middle of July or end of July. So just a heads up that we have some runway ahead of us. And on your first question, just general comments on the report. So when I came in, joined the port and the city, the project had recently started. And my perception of this, and it remains, is that this will be a great stepping stone to doing a more comprehensive strategic planning exercise. So I think the report brings to light a number of considerations. Some, they resonate with us, we're aware of them. Some are thinking maybe a little bit differently. For example, the accounting and finance person, we might want to bring a grants person in as a priority. So I think our priorities might vary a little bit, but I think the framework that this report provides gives us some context to move forward. I think it also gives us good context to continue our dialogue with City Council and to answer the questions that you have. And as we mentioned earlier, there's the report itself is quite comprehensive, and there are some comments from the city management addressing the findings. So I'll pause there if you, unless you have any other questions.
That's it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. But I was wondering if you have any additional comments or suggestions in addition to the items that the audit brings forward.
Many many in some respects. I'll just mention a few priorities, and they're touched on peripherally in this report. And I know it's late. We talked a little bit about maintenance around the port and maintenance management. I think one of the highest priorities for us at the port is the infrastructure, and I mean above ground and below ground. And so the grants that we're applying for now are all related to not just shore power, but electrification of the port. So if you can picture, and I'm sure that you can, the electronic grid that's running through the port, the water piping, the drainage piping, the metering of electronic facilities from PG&E, that all needs an upgrade. Much of it is as old as the port is itself. So we need to focus on the infrastructure. That also includes the piers, the surface, the weight-bearing capacity of the wharves and piers that our tenants work on, and what we want to do with those in the future. And then I mentioned previously, and I'll just mention again, one thing that the ports focus on, all ports nationally, is on grant funding. And so I might, again, mention that I might prioritize having a grants and legislative person above a finance person, because we have a good working partnership with the finance department today, and we access them to meet the needs that we have on sort of a day-to-day and month-to-month basis.
Excellent suggestions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I would suggest that we be short on our questions and answers, because the longer we stay, the more questions pop into our heads, which means that we can stay here till 4 o'clock in the morning. So, Councilmember
Yeah, I'm saying no at the
Jimenez.
11:30 thing, just so you know.
You can go. Thank you. This is really important for me, so I will stay as long as it takes to clarify so we can make good decisions about this issue. So you in your recommendation, you are you talk about hiring, I think, like 2 positions. Could you explain more why is that important in your findings?
Yes. The 2 positions would allow the existing positions to do more. That's why we recommended highly specialized ones around maintenance and finance. I think, to the port director's point, at the end of the day, it matters getting more specialized support into the port and more personnel. I think we could have easily written the finding around also being a grants manager, and I don't think we would take issue with that in particular. It's really a matter of having that expertise in-house who can deal with finance and deal with maintenance. Now, the maintenance position in particular, as we read the job description, it struck us as someone, as at least our interpretation of it, who could do project management and also attend to small maintenance managers themselves. It sounded like an ideal position. It might not even be possible to hire someone who has all those skills and wants to do them and be at the port. So whatever the title is and whatever the job description is, I think that, in our opinion, the importance is having people who can roughly do those things and at least help bolster the current staff and their capacity.
Yeah. And I think, like, I agree with you with the finance manager, especially because we see all of these things that are not being really report it or just kind of like follow in a specific matter because staff is really straight to thing, right? So one thing about that is you mentioned the lease with AWC, and one thing that I didn't get a response there is that the guarantee, the minimum guarantee, so is 145 cars, and then after this first lease agreement ends, is going down to 85. So I had two questions. One is why it goes down from 145 to 85. And then the other part is that you mentioned that the monitoring and verification of if they are actually putting the cars there is not being done properly. So this is another example of like not having a specialized staffing. Then in your work, like, did you find who is doing the verification and not just taking the work only by AWC? Like, can you explain that more?
Right. Well, so if I can address that, it sounds like there are two parts to the question. First, the nature of the going from 145,000 down to 85,000 in the agreement. It's my understanding that the timing of that to trigger in the agreement is timed with the bonds, which are about to mature. So when the bonds are matured, it reduces the minimum guarantee to a lower number, which means there's less cost going out for the city, but also less revenue coming in. And the timing, I have to assume, just because it's aligned, was related to that timing, that the agreement was made around that. As far as verifying, I don't think verification has been as critical because the minimum guarantee, the number of vehicles hasn't been met, and they've been meeting the minimum guarantee by making that payment. So the number of vehicles as required in the agreement that would have needed to exceed 145,000 has never been met, so they've just been paying the base amount. So that takes away some of the incentive to need to verify. But I think going forward, verification would be important, at least some type of spot check.
Yeah, so, go ahead.
Your first point, did you find written language in a document that stated that the minimum guarantee would drop on what the trigger point was?
The minimum guarantee dropped
The bonds are going to be paid
I know
off.
when it dropped, but did you find the language stating that that is what was going to occur? What document was that in?
That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I believe it would have come from the lease agreement, but sitting here, I can't tell you off the top of my head exactly where that language
And
is.
it corresponds when the debt service for the port will be paid off.
We understand that. We're asking if.
No, I understand. Before Dave interjected,
Yes,
I just wanted the council.
we understand that, and we're just wondering if the language was in the contract. And it would be helpful if you provided us a copy of the contract so we could see for ourselves.
Yeah, the language is there, and there's, we went through some of this in December and January meetings, and I can resend the report that we sent to City Council following that. There's a number of amendments and second amendments, et cetera, so I forget specifically which document, but we'll follow up on the documentation of that alignment.
Okay, so I'm hearing that it wasn't in the original document, but that there was an amendment made to create that drop?
No, there were multiple amendments related to the AWC lease dating back to 2004. So this particular bond payment was generated in the 2008, 2010 timeframe, and then there was an amendment in 2019. So I wouldn't want to try to answer specifically now, given how many documents are in that in the profile of that agreement.
Okay, thank you.
So I would like the City Council really adopt this recommendation and direct staff to adopt this recommendation and come up with a plan how they are going to do it and deadlines for that. I think like this report is really great that not also give the recommendation, but outline then in which department are responsible for. So I think it's really clear, and I would like this to be implemented because these are such a great recommendation that are going to make us to be able to do the work and move the port in the direction that the mayor wants to do it and how we wanted to do it.
City staff can come back with a staff report. Oh.
Yeah, actually, I believe that my office can write direction for staff. So we'll do it that
I would
way.
prefer if we could model it after the state audit report, and so that we have consistency when we're implementing these things. And so respectfully, I would like to take the lead in working with staff, and I'd be happy to work with you.
That would be great. That would be great. And also, like, one thing that is really frustrating right now for me is that the way this agenda was written, that is only receiving the report. So we can't, there is no an action when the report is asking for us to take actions in implementing these recommendations. So today we could have done that, but the way that the agenda report was written was just to receive this report. So I would like that if the mayor's office can work in collaboration to make sure that the direction that is written in the agenda report is the right direction so we can make the decisions, because today we cannot make it because, as I
We
said.
go over that in agenda review.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julian.
All right. With that, this meeting is adjourned.